In today's world, we're often told that effort, hustle, and endless ambition are the keys to success. We're bombarded by messages to go harder, never settle, and always keep pushing. But let's be honest, how often does this chase for more actually lead to true peace? Many people find themselves drained, juggling goals, overwhelmed by endless tasks, and, despite their best efforts, feeling like they're endlessly striving, yet never really arriving. There's a sense of being on a treadmill that just won't stop, running towards some distant promise of satisfaction, yet never quite reaching it. What if life didn't have to be this way? Ancient philosophies like Stoicism and Taoism offer a radically different approach, one that stands in stark contrast to the push-and-pull mentality of modern life. Instead of striving, they suggest a way of being that centers on inner calm, resilience, and a natural flow that feels, well, effortless. This isn't about giving up on life's challenges or resigning oneself to complacency. Rather, it's about shifting how we meet each day. It's about embracing a deep trust in life's natural rhythms and discovering a freedom that doesn't depend on always winning or achieving. This approach begins by shifting our focus inward. It's easy to feel trapped by external pressures and expectations, constantly measuring our worth by how much we accomplish or accumulate. Yet Stoicism and Taoism invite us to step off that endless treadmill and reconnect with what's truly meaningful, away from the noise. The path forward doesn't demand rigid control over life's outcomes. Instead, it calls for a deeper understanding of our own nature and the world around us. Central to this journey is the concept of peace within ourselves. For the Stoics, this peace comes from developing apatheia, a state of inner calm that isn't swayed by the ups and downs of the external world. Stoicism teaches us to respond to life's challenges with equanimity, to recognize what's within our control and let go of what's not. Taoism, on the other hand, emphasizes wu-wei, non-action, or effortless action. It doesn't mean doing nothing. Rather, it's about acting in harmony with life's flow, letting go of forceful pushing and allowing things to unfold naturally. Together, these ideas create a way of life that feels aligned, steady, and free from the weight of constant striving. As you explore this path, you'll begin to see that life itself has a rhythm, one that doesn't require constant interference or a heavy hand. Just as rivers find their way to the ocean without resistance, we too can move through life without always pushing against the current. In fact, the more we struggle to control every outcome, the more we may find ourselves drained and frustrated. The Stoics believed that true strength lies in adapting to whatever life brings, while Taoists taught that aligning with the natural flow creates a harmony that feels almost magical. This is the art of doing less while allowing more to happen, a process that's not only possible but immensely fulfilling. Embracing this outlook doesn't mean abandoning ambition or giving up on goals. Instead, it's about reframing success. It's realizing that our lives don't have to be filled with endless wins to be meaningful. With this mindset, achievements still matter, but they no longer define our worth or consume our peace. A Stoic might say that happiness isn't found in obtaining things, but in managing our desires and reactions. Likewise, Taoism teaches that by wanting less, we actually gain more, a paradox that holds profound truth for anyone feeling tired of life's relentless demands. In the process, something amazing happens. Life stops feeling like a constant uphill climb and begins to resemble a natural unfolding. The weight lifts, replaced by a steady confidence that no external success or failure can shake. You'll learn to move with life, not against it, finding strength in stillness, balance in chaos, and joy in simplicity. At first, this change may feel subtle, almost unnoticeable, but with time, it becomes deeply transformative. Instead of constantly seeking satisfaction in the next goal, the next milestone, you'll find yourself appreciating the moments, the journey itself, and even the challenges along the way. A critical part of this journey is letting go of the illusion of control. So much of the stress and anxiety people experience stems from trying to force specific outcomes or fearing life's uncertainties. But how much of what happens is truly within our control? The Stoics urge us to focus on our inner responses, on how we choose to perceive and respond to events, rather than being consumed by what we can't change. Meanwhile, Taoism suggests that life flows naturally, and the more we let go of rigid control, the more easily things seem to fall into place. This doesn't mean we surrender to chaos, but rather that we learn to dance with it, responding to life's rhythm instead of resisting it. In this way, our approach to challenges shifts. Adversity isn't something to be feared or avoided. Instead, it becomes an opportunity for growth. Imagine no longer feeling crushed by setbacks, but instead finding strength and clarity within them. The Stoics called this resilience, a state where every obstacle becomes fuel for growth. And in Taoism, it's the acceptance of change, seeing life's ebb and flow as part of a greater balance. Each hardship, every struggle, is a chance to deepen our understanding and build a more rooted sense of self. As you engage with these ideas, you'll also discover that simplicity holds incredible power. In a world obsessed with more money, more possessions, more achievements, choosing to live with less can feel refreshing and freeing. Both Stoicism and Taoism remind us that true happiness isn't found in external possessions or status, but in the quiet satisfaction of aligning with our values. By stripping away the unnecessary, we reveal the essence of what truly matters, and in doing so, we find a joy that isn't reliant on external circumstances. Relationships, too, transform through this practice. Letting go of the need to control others, to impose our expectations or judgments, allows space for genuine connection. When we allow others to be as they are, we create harmony, and this peace spills over into every interaction. Instead of trying to change or fix those around us, we learn to accept them fully, recognizing that each person is on their own journey. This shift leads to relationships that are richer, more compassionate, and free from the friction of unmet expectations. Through it all, a newfound trust begins to emerge, not only in ourselves, but in life itself. When we no longer feel the need to direct every step, we open ourselves to the beauty of the unknown, to the mystery that each day brings. There's a trust that life has a way of working things out, that each moment carries something valuable, and that by being present and open, we're exactly where we need to be. This trust doesn't eliminate challenges, but changes how we face them. It allows us to meet each day with curiosity rather than anxiety, with calm rather than worry. So, what lies ahead on this journey? A life that flows with less resistance, one where peace replaces stress, where resilience replaces frustration. The path of effortlessness isn't about evading life's complexities or retreating from its demands. It's about embracing a state of being that is both calm and deeply engaged. It's realizing that our power isn't in controlling every detail, but in aligning with life, responding with wisdom, and finding balance in all things. By embracing these ancient philosophies, you'll find that life offers a profound kind of joy, a joy that doesn't depend on always winning or achieving, but simply on being fully present and alive in each moment. This joy is unshakable because it's rooted in something deeper than the fleeting successes or setbacks of daily life. It's a joy that emerges from living in harmony, from knowing that whatever happens, you have within you the peace and strength to meet it fully. This journey invites you to step into a way of living that feels lighter, yet stronger, where you walk with ease rather than strain. It's a path that not only brings calm to your mind and heart, but also allows you to move through life with grace, meeting each day's challenges without losing your balance. Here, the small moments become meaningful, and every experience, good or bad, contributes to your growth. Embracing this philosophy doesn't require perfection, just a willingness to start. It's a gentle journey, one step at a time, each day moving a little closer to a life that feels whole, content, and naturally aligned. Are you ready to let go of the need to always push, to always control, and instead to walk the path of true peace? This journey awaits, not as a destination, but as a new way of living, a way that brings the richness of each moment to life in ways you may never have imagined. When people hear the words non-forcing and inner peace, they often picture a kind of passive surrender, a retreat from life's responsibilities. But the ancient ideas of wu-wei and apatheia challenge this assumption. Rather than stepping away from life, these concepts encourage stepping into it more fully, but with a sense of flow and calm that's rarely experienced. This approach to living doesn't demand pushing against every obstacle, nor does it mean accepting defeat when challenges arise. Instead, it's about engaging with life in a way that feels natural, free from the burdens of stress and excessive effort, where our actions align effortlessly with our inner values and the larger rhythms of life. Wu-wei, a Taoist principle, translates roughly to non-action or effortless action, but don't mistake it for laziness or inaction. In reality, it's a way of doing that emerges from being. It means letting go of forceful striving, allowing action to arise spontaneously from a place of deep attunement to the present moment. When one lives in accordance with Wu-wei, actions unfold as they need to, without unnecessary effort or tension. Wu-wei reminds us that not every moment requires a heavy hand or intense intervention. Some things are best left to unfold naturally. Imagine walking through life without the constant urge to control or manipulate every detail. How much energy would this free up? How much more at ease would we feel? This is where apatheia, a concept rooted in Stoicism, intersects beautifully with Wu-wei. Apatheia describes a state of inner peace, achieved by cultivating a mind free from destructive passions and disturbances. For the Stoics, it's about gaining mastery over one's inner reactions, finding calm amid the noise of life's ups and downs. Together, Wu-wei and apatheia reveal a path to a life not dominated by overexertion or reaction, but one marked by steady, grounded presence. The principle of Wu-wei teaches us that life itself has a rhythm, and we're at our best when we move in harmony with it. Think of the way rivers carve their paths through mountains, not by overpowering the rocks, but by flowing around them, gently shaping the landscape over time. This is the spirit of Wu-wei, working with what is rather than against it. When we align with the flow of life, our actions become smoother, more effective, and even more satisfying. By recognizing that not everything requires us to push or intervene, we free ourselves from the anxiety that often accompanies our need for control. Wu-wei is not about disengagement. It's about finding a state of engagement that is both responsive and relaxed. When we practice Wu-wei, we don't ignore challenges. Rather, we address them without being consumed by them. It's the difference between carrying a heavy stone in your hands versus allowing it to rest securely on the ground while you lean against it. You're still interacting with the weight, but it's no longer something you have to bear all by yourself. In this way, Wu-wei teaches that effort doesn't have to be synonymous with struggle. Sometimes, it's as simple as knowing when to hold on and when to let go. This letting go can feel like a radical act. In a culture that praises hard work and hustle, allowing things to unfold naturally can feel counterintuitive. Yet, when we practice Wu Wei, we realize that much of what we thought required intense effort is achievable with far less strain. Whether it's in our relationships, our work, or even our goals, approaching life with a spirit of Wu Wei reveals that the most profound achievements often come when we're least attached to the outcome. We learn to trust the process, recognizing that things tend to fall into place when we let go of excessive striving. There's a beautiful paradox in Wu Wei. By doing less, we often accomplish more. This isn't because we become passive, but because our actions arise from a clear and calm mind, rather than from stress or desperation. In the same way that a clear pond reflects the world more accurately than a turbulent one, our decisions are wiser and more effective when our mind is still. Wu Wei reminds us that action, when it comes from a place of inner peace, is not only more efficient, but also more aligned with our true purpose. Instead of draining us, it replenishes us. Wu Wei also encourages us to embrace spontaneity. When we're not bogged down by rigid expectations or the need to control outcomes, we're free to respond to life's surprises with creativity and flexibility. In this state, we meet each moment as it is, rather than as we wish it to be. There's an openness here, a willingness to adapt that brings joy and ease. Instead of seeing unexpected events as disruptions, we view them as part of the flow, invitations to explore new paths. This adaptability doesn't mean we lack direction. It means we have the freedom to adjust our sails as life's winds shift. Wu Wei connects us to a deep inner wisdom. When we stop forcing, we tap into a natural intelligence, one that's in tune with life's unfolding. Just as animals instinctively know how to navigate their environments, we too possess an innate sense of when to act and when to be still. By practicing Wu Wei, we return to this wisdom, allowing our choices to be guided by a sense of timing and intuition rather than anxiety. We no longer need to overthink every decision. Instead, we trust that our instincts will guide us, and we act with confidence, knowing that we are aligned with the rhythm of life. The Stoic concept of apatheia complements Wu Wei beautifully by helping us find peace in the midst of change. Life is full of events that lie beyond our control, and apatheia teaches us that we don't need to let these events disturb our inner calm. The Stoics saw external circumstances as neutral. It's our judgments about them that cause suffering. When we practice apatheia, we learn to see things as they are, rather than through the lens of our fears or desires. This doesn't mean we become indifferent. It means we respond from a place of clarity rather than reaction. At its core, apatheia is about understanding that our emotions don't have to govern us. When we're free from the pull of anger, fear, or attachment, we gain a clearer perspective. We see life's challenges not as threats, but as opportunities to practice resilience and wisdom. In this state, we're able to respond rather than react, to choose our actions deliberately rather than being driven by impulse. Apatheia is not about shutting down our feelings, but about not being enslaved by them. It's a freedom that comes from self-mastery, a peace that arises from within. The peace of apatheia isn't fragile. It doesn't depend on everything going well or on people behaving a certain way. This is why it's so powerful. It's a peace that exists regardless of circumstances. When we cultivate apatheia, we carry this peace with us wherever we go. Even when life feels turbulent, there's a steady calm within, a refuge that can't be shaken by external events. This doesn't mean we become detached from the world. Rather, it means that we bring a sense of steadiness to all our interactions. We're able to meet life's ups and downs with a quiet confidence. In the state of apatheia, we begin to understand the nature of true freedom. Freedom isn't about escaping challenges or living a life without difficulties. It's about not being controlled by them. It's about knowing that no matter what happens, we have the power to choose our response. This realization is incredibly liberating. We're no longer at the mercy of circumstances, nor are we constantly seeking validation or reassurance. Instead, we find a strength within that enables us to stand firm, to act with integrity, and to remain calm in the face of adversity. With Wu Wei and apatheia, life becomes less about control and more about connection. We connect with the flow of life, trusting in its natural unfolding. We connect with our inner wisdom, knowing when to act and when to let things be. And we connect with a sense of peace that doesn't waver, even in the midst of change. This is a state of profound freedom, where we're no longer bound by the need to constantly strive or the fear of what might happen. We're free to live fully, to engage deeply, and to find joy in each moment, knowing that we are in harmony with ourselves and the world around us. As we journey deeper into this path of peace and resilience, we find that non-forcing and inner calm aren't the end, they're just the beginning. Stepping into the art of Wu Wei and the steadfastness of apatheia, we've glimpsed what it means to act without overexertion, to respond without being overwhelmed. Yet, there's another dimension to this approach, one that may feel even more challenging and liberating: letting go of control. The desire to control is woven into our very instincts. It feels like security, a way of ensuring that life unfolds on our terms. But even when we manage to steer things temporarily, control has a way of slipping through our fingers, leaving stress, fear, and frustration in its wake. Here, in the teachings of Stoicism and Taoism, we discover something transformative: a life lived without clinging to outcomes or rigid expectations. Embracing the unpredictable becomes an art, one that frees us from the weight of having to micromanage every detail. In this next step, we learn to trust the natural flow of life, even when it doesn't go according to plan. We begin to understand that while we cannot dictate every event, we can shape our responses, and in doing so, find a calm that no external change can shake. Trusting life doesn't mean passivity or surrendering to chaos. It's about moving with the flow instead of resisting it, allowing life's rhythm to unfold with grace rather than fear. Through this trust, we come to see that unpredictability isn't an enemy. It's a teacher, showing us how to adapt, grow, and thrive without the need to control every outcome. Here lies a deeper freedom, one that brings with it resilience, flexibility, and a quiet confidence that stands firm regardless of what life brings. Trusting life's flow requires a fundamental shift in perspective. For many, the instinct to control is rooted in the desire for security, predictability, and assurance. We are raised with the idea that control equates to safety, that by organizing and planning we can keep chaos at bay. But the reality is, life remains unpredictable no matter how many safety nets we construct. Control, as comforting as it may seem, often adds layers of stress, burdening us with the constant need to anticipate every turn. Letting go of this need for control can be intimidating, yet in relinquishing it, we find a new kind of freedom, a release from the weight of what we cannot change. Trusting life is not about resignation or disengagement. It doesn't mean that we give up on setting goals, nor does it imply indifference to what happens around us. Instead, it is a choice to live in harmony with the present moment. Rather than fighting against life's current, we allow it to guide us, knowing that every twist and turn carries its own lessons. By accepting the inherent uncertainty of life, we create space for growth, resilience, and even joy. This act of trust invites us to focus on our inner responses, to cultivate a calm and steady mind amid whatever comes our way. Letting go of control teaches us patience. When we accept that not everything will unfold according to our plans, we become less anxious about the future and more present in each moment. We start to see life as an unfolding process rather than a series of events we need to orchestrate. This patience isn't passive, it's a grounded state of being, a readiness to act when the moment is right, without the need to rush. In this state, we no longer feel pressured to make things happen by sheer force. Instead, we trust that life's timing has its own wisdom, even when we don't fully understand it. A crucial aspect of this trust is learning to embrace change. Resistance to change often stems from a fear of the unknown, a worry that we'll lose something important or end up somewhere undesirable. But life, by nature, is change. Seasons shift, people evolve, and circumstances transform. By resisting change, we resist life itself. Embracing the unpredictable doesn't mean we ignore risks or overlook challenges. Rather, it's about accepting that change is an integral part of growth. When we welcome change, we become adaptable, ready to pivot and adjust as needed, without losing our sense of self. The process of letting go also cultivates resilience. When we're not fixated on maintaining control, we become more open to life's ebb and flow. Each challenge, each unexpected event, becomes an opportunity to strengthen our inner resolve. Instead of viewing setbacks as failures, we start to see them as part of the natural rhythm of life. This resilience isn't about being unshakable in the face of adversity. It's about being flexible, bending without breaking. Just as a tree sways in the wind yet remains rooted, we learn to adapt without losing our foundation. Trusting life requires a deep faith in our own capacity to respond wisely. When we let go of rigid expectations, we give ourselves the freedom to make choices based on the present rather than reacting from fear or past conditioning. This trust in our ability to navigate life's uncertainties becomes a source of strength. We no longer need to cling to outcomes because we understand that, regardless of what happens, we have the inner resources to handle it. In this way, trust is not a passive state, but an active, engaged confidence in our own resilience. Letting go of control invites us to live with openness. When we're not preoccupied with how things should be, we're free to experience them as they are. This openness allows us to appreciate the beauty of each moment, to find wonder in the ordinary, and to connect more deeply with the world around us. We begin to notice details we might have overlooked, to savor interactions we might have rushed through. This openness fosters a sense of gratitude as we become more attuned to the richness of life's small moments. An essential part of embracing unpredictability is learning to release attachments. Attachments often come in the form of expectations, ideals, or the desire for things to stay a certain way. But attachment can be a trap, binding us to outcomes that may or may not come to pass. When we're overly attached, we suffer when things don't go as planned. By loosening these attachments, we free ourselves from the highs and lows that come with unmet expectations. Instead, we find a steadiness within, a peace that isn't dependent on life conforming to our desires. Trusting life also means trusting that each experience has value. Even the painful or challenging moments offer insights and growth. When we stop categorizing events as good or bad, we open ourselves to learning from everything that comes our way. Each experience, whether joyful or difficult, adds depth to our understanding, shaping us into more compassionate and resilient individuals. This perspective allows us to approach life with curiosity rather than fear, seeing each moment as part of a larger journey rather than a standalone event. In letting go of control, we begin to find joy in spontaneity. Life's surprises, rather than being sources of stress, become opportunities for exploration. When we're not rigidly attached to our plans, we're free to follow unexpected paths, to discover new interests, and to meet people who bring fresh perspectives. This spontaneity doesn't mean living recklessly. It's a freedom that comes from being open to life's surprises, knowing that even detours have their own beauty and wisdom. Embracing this spontaneity helps us live more fully, with a sense of lightness and joy. One of the most profound shifts that occurs when we let go is a deeper connection to ourselves. When we're not constantly trying to control or achieve, we're able to tune in to our inner needs, to listen to our intuition, and to honor our own rhythm. We become less concerned with external validation and more attuned to what truly matters to us. This self-connection fosters a sense of authenticity, allowing us to live in alignment with our values rather than the expectations of others. As we trust ourselves more, we become more grounded, more at peace with who we are. Letting go of control also opens the door to greater compassion. When we accept that life is unpredictable, we recognize that everyone is navigating their own challenges and uncertainties. This awareness fosters empathy as we understand that others, like us, are doing their best to manage the unexpected. We become more patient with others, less quick to judge or criticize. This compassion not only improves our relationships, but also deepens our own sense of connection and purpose. By embracing life's flow, we create space for understanding and kindness to flourish. As we trust life, we begin to see that things often fall into place in ways we could never have orchestrated. Sometimes, what appears to be a setback leads to an unexpected opportunity. What seems like an ending reveals a new beginning. This doesn't mean everything will always go smoothly, but it does mean that life has its own way of working out. By releasing the need to control, we allow ourselves to be surprised by life's natural unfolding, finding beauty in the unexpected and peace in the unknown. In this process, we cultivate a sense of humility. Letting go of control means acknowledging that we don't have all the answers, that we're part of something larger than ourselves. This humility isn't a sign of weakness. It's a recognition of life's vastness and our place within it. Rather than feeling diminished, this humility brings a sense of liberation. We no longer feel the need to carry the weight of the world on our shoulders, to be responsible for everything. Instead, we become open to the wisdom of life itself, allowing it to guide us. As we embrace life's flow, we also learn to value presence. Control often pulls us out of the moment, into the realm of what-ifs and should-haves. But by trusting life, we become more present, more engaged with the here and now. This presence allows us to respond to each moment with clarity, rather than reacting from past fears or future anxieties. Living in the present, we find a sense of peace that doesn't depend on what might happen, but is rooted in the fullness of each moment. This presence becomes a source of strength, a reminder that we are fully capable of meeting life as it is. In trusting life, we come to understand that letting go of control isn't about losing power. It's about gaining true freedom. This freedom isn't the absence of challenges or difficulties, but the ability to face them without fear. When we trust the flow, we approach each experience as a part of our journey, a stepping stone in our growth. This freedom allows us to live fully, without the constant burden of trying to dictate every outcome. We realize that life is rich, complex, and ultimately beyond our control, and in this realization, we find peace. Having touched the edges of trusting life and releasing control, we now stand at a powerful realization. True freedom lies in the present. So much of our mental energy is spent in two places that don't actually exist: the past, which is gone, and the future, which has yet to arrive. Yet, it is in the present where life truly unfolds. Learning to live fully in the now opens doors to a depth of experience that transcends worry, regret, and endless anticipation. It's in the present moment that we discover a kind of peace that can't be found in memories or plans. Here, we can step beyond the illusions of time and tap into the reality of being as life happens in each heartbeat, each breath, each simple act of awareness. Each moment is a chance to reconnect with life. When we live in the present, we're no longer haunted by the past or anxious about the future. Instead, we're grounded in what is real, right here and right now. It's easy to get lost in thoughts, memories and plans, but this mental wandering takes us away from the richness of life as it unfolds. Living in the present means bringing our full awareness to each experience, appreciating the small details, and engaging deeply with what we're doing. This doesn't mean forgetting the past or ignoring the future, but rather keeping our focus rooted in the here and now. Living in the present reveals the beauty of simplicity. When we're fully engaged with what's in front of us, life feels less complicated, less burdened by all the what-ifs and should-haves. Each moment becomes enough in itself, not needing to be improved or analyzed. This simplicity allows us to find peace in even the smallest experiences. A warm cup of tea, the feeling of sunlight on our skin, the sound of laughter. By letting go of the need to constantly look backward or forward, we discover a sense of contentment that exists independently of external circumstances. In the present, we find a connection to ourselves that isn't clouded by past mistakes or future anxieties. Often, we carry the weight of past regrets or worry about what lies ahead, which pulls us away from who we truly are in this moment. When we let go of these distractions, we can experience a pure, unfiltered version of ourselves. This presence allows us to feel more grounded, more at peace with who we are, without the influence of old memories or fears about what's to come. We become aware of our own thoughts, emotions and sensations, experiencing life in a more authentic and honest way. The act of living in the present also deepens our relationships. When we're fully here, we can give others our complete attention, free from the distractions of the past or worries about the future. We listen more intently, respond more thoughtfully, and create a space where genuine connection can flourish. In this state of presence, we're not just waiting for our turn to speak or thinking about what we should say next. We're fully engaged, allowing others to feel seen and valued. This presence enhances the quality of our relationships, making each interaction more meaningful and fulfilling. Presence allows us to appreciate the journey, not just the destination. So often, we become fixated on where we're going, what we want to achieve, or what's next on our list. But when we live in the present, each step along the way becomes significant. We're no longer in a rush to get somewhere. Instead, we find joy in the process itself. This shift in focus helps us see that life isn't a race, but a series of moments, each valuable in its own right. By valuing the journey, we experience a richer, more fulfilling life, free from the pressure to constantly achieve. Living in the now brings a new perspective on challenges. When we're fully present, we're able to face difficulties with clarity and calm. Instead of being overwhelmed by thoughts of how things should be or dwelling on past mistakes, we're grounded in what's happening right now. This focus allows us to address challenges with a clear mind, making better decisions and finding solutions more easily. We see each challenge as a temporary moment, not something that defines us or our future. This perspective helps us remain resilient, knowing that even difficult moments are part of the flow of life. One of the most transformative aspects of living in the present is the sense of freedom it brings. When we're no longer trapped in thoughts of the past or anxieties about the future, we experience a kind of liberation. We're free from the burdens of regret and the chains of worry, able to engage with life in a way that feels light and unencumbered. This freedom allows us to explore, to play, and to engage with life more creatively. We're no longer confined by what has been or what might be. We're open to the possibilities of each new moment. The present moment also teaches us acceptance. When we live in the now, we learn to accept things as they are, without constantly wishing for them to be different. This doesn't mean we stop striving for improvement or give up on our goals. It means we learn to appreciate what we have while working toward what we want. This acceptance brings a sense of peace, as we're no longer fighting against reality. We're able to embrace each moment, knowing that it's part of a larger journey, one that includes both joy and struggle. This acceptance becomes a source of inner strength. When we focus on the present, we become less reactive. The past often triggers emotional reactions, and the future can create anxiety. But in the present, we're able to respond to life with clarity and intention. We're not driven by old patterns or future fears. We're able to act in alignment with our values, choosing our responses deliberately. This presence helps us break free from automatic reactions, allowing us to engage with life more mindfully. We become more aware of our choices, more intentional in our actions, and more capable of creating the life we truly want. Living in the now also enhances our appreciation of time. We realize that each moment is unique, never to be repeated. This awareness inspires us to make the most of each experience, knowing that time is a precious resource. Instead of letting moments slip by unnoticed, we bring our full awareness to each one, savoring the richness of life as it unfolds. This appreciation deepens our gratitude as we become more attuned to the beauty of even the simplest experiences. We start to see life not as a series of mundane tasks, but as a collection of precious moments. In the present, we're able to let go of perfectionism. The desire for things to be just right often stems from a fear of the future or regret about the past. But when we live in the now, we see that life is already complete, exactly as it is. This realization frees us from the need to constantly improve or fix things. We become more comfortable with imperfection, more accepting of the natural flow of life. This shift allows us to approach life with a sense of ease, knowing that we don't have to control or perfect every detail. Being present helps us manage our expectations. Often, we place pressure on ourselves or others based on past experiences or future hopes. But in the present, we're able to let go of these expectations and experience life as it is. This openness allows us to approach each situation with fresh eyes, free from preconceived notions or rigid standards. We're able to appreciate people and experiences for what they are, rather than what we think they should be. This openness fosters a sense of acceptance and peace, allowing us to live more fully and authentically. Living in the now reconnects us with our senses. Often, our minds are so busy with thoughts of the past or future that we lose touch with the physical world around us. But when we're present, we become more aware of the sights, sounds, smells, and sensations of each moment. This sensory awareness enriches our experience, making life feel more vibrant and alive. We start to notice the details we might have overlooked, finding beauty in the ordinary. This heightened awareness deepens our appreciation of the world, bringing a sense of wonder and awe to our daily lives. In the present, we experience a sense of unity with life. When we're fully engaged with the moment, we feel connected to the world around us in a way that transcends words. This sense of unity brings a feeling of belonging, a reminder that we're part of something larger than ourselves. We start to see that life is not something that happens to us, but something we're intimately connected to. This connection fosters a sense of peace, as we realize that we're not alone in our journey. We're part of a vast, interconnected web of life, sharing in the beauty and complexity of existence. Living in the present also strengthens our intuition. When we're not distracted by thoughts of the past or future, we're able to tune into our inner voice more clearly. This intuition becomes a valuable guide, helping us navigate life with a sense of clarity and purpose. We start to trust ourselves more, confident in our ability to make choices that align with our values. This trust deepens our connection to ourselves, allowing us to move through life with a sense of ease and confidence. Our intuition becomes a source of wisdom, a compass that guides us through the uncertainties of life. The practice of presence brings a sense of humility. When we're fully engaged with each moment, we realize that life is far more complex and mysterious than we can ever fully understand. This awareness fosters a sense of wonder and respect, as we see that there's always more to learn, more to explore. This humility is not a weakness. It's a recognition of life's vastness and our place within it. It allows us to approach each experience with an open heart and an open mind, ready to learn and grow. Being present allows us to release the need for control. When we're focused on the here and now, we're less concerned with trying to manipulate outcomes or plan every detail. This release brings a sense of freedom, as we're no longer bound by the need to make things happen a certain way. We're able to let life unfold naturally, trusting that each moment has its own wisdom. This trust brings a sense of peace, as we realize that we don't have to carry the weight of the world on our shoulders. We're free to experience life as it is, without the burden of constant control. Having uncovered the peace found in living fully in the present, we move now to a deeper connection with life itself, a state of being that goes beyond merely existing in each moment. This next step is about aligning ourselves with the natural world, resonating with its rhythm, and embracing the wisdom it offers. The Taoists call this Sujan, often translated as self-so or spontaneity, a state of naturalness that arises when we allow things to be as they are without interference. In the same spirit, Stoicism encourages us to accept life's unfolding with grace, recognizing that nature's course has its own purpose and wisdom. Together, these concepts create a harmonious way of living that is rooted in acceptance and flow, one that empowers us to meet each day with an open heart and a resilient spirit. Aligning with nature's rhythm starts with a fundamental respect for life as it is, not as we might wish it to be. This respect is rooted in humility, an acknowledgement that life's vastness and complexity are beyond our control. We cannot dictate the turning of the seasons or the rise and fall of tides, just as we cannot command the outcomes of our lives. Instead, we learn to move with life's rhythm, accepting that there are forces far greater than ourselves at play. In this acceptance, we find a freedom that does not require everything to go our way. We become more adaptable, ready to shift and adjust without losing our center, guided by the quiet assurance that we are part of a larger whole. This alignment with nature invites us to observe rather than impose. Nature has its own wisdom, unfolding in cycles that require no interference. Trees grow, rivers flow, and animals live in harmony with their surroundings, guided by instincts honed over millennia. Humans, however, often struggle to let life be. We plan, organize, and strive to bend circumstances to our will. Yet, when we step back and observe, we notice that life often knows what it's doing. This observation reveals a truth that the Taoists and Stoics both recognize, that our role is not to control, but to understand and align with the natural order. Through this alignment, we experience a sense of peace that is steady, enduring, and deeply fulfilling. Sujan teaches us the beauty of non-interference. It shows us that life unfolds most beautifully when we allow it to flow without unnecessary obstruction. Just as a river carves its path by following the natural contours of the land, we too can move through life by responding to its contours rather than forcing our way against them. This approach doesn't mean passivity, it means recognizing when to act and when to allow things to unfold. In moments of stillness, we come to understand that true strength lies in flexibility, in being able to adapt to the changing tides rather than resisting them. This flexibility is not a weakness, it is a resilience that grows from our connection to the natural flow of life. In embracing the concept of Tzu-jan, we also begin to cultivate patience. Nature never rushes, and yet everything is accomplished in its own time. Trees do not force their growth, and rivers do not hurry to reach the ocean. This patience teaches us to respect the process, to trust that things will happen when they are meant to. In our lives, this means letting go of the urge to constantly push and hurry. Instead, we learn to trust in timing, knowing that what is meant for us will come when the conditions are right. This patience is not about idleness. It is a grounded readiness, a calm anticipation that allows us to act decisively when the moment calls for it. The Taoist concept of Tzu-jan is closely related to spontaneity, a natural expression of life's flow. This spontaneity doesn't mean impulsivity. Rather, it is a response that arises from a deep connection to the present and an understanding of what each moment requires. When we align with this spontaneous flow, we become less concerned with rigid plans or expectations. We allow ourselves to be guided by intuition, trusting that life will provide the right opportunities at the right time. This spontaneity is not chaotic. It is a harmony that emerges when we are truly attuned to our surroundings, able to move gracefully through each situation with a sense of ease and purpose. In the Stoic tradition, aligning with nature also means accepting the events of life as they come. The Stoics teach that nature's course is not random but purposeful, that each event serves a role in the larger scheme of things. By accepting life's unfolding without resistance, we free ourselves from the suffering that comes from wishing things were different. This acceptance is not resignation. It is a form of inner peace that allows us to meet each moment with equanimity. We understand that while we may not control what happens, we always control our response. This control over our inner world is the essence of Stoic acceptance, a strength that grows from our willingness to align with the natural order. Aligning with nature's rhythm fosters a deep sense of gratitude. When we accept life as it is, without trying to force it into our own design, we begin to see the beauty in each moment. We appreciate the cycles of growth and rest, of joy and sorrow, as parts of a balanced whole. This gratitude does not depend on external circumstances. It is a quiet appreciation that arises from the understanding that each moment is a gift, a chance to experience life in its fullness. This perspective allows us to find peace even in challenging times, knowing that each experience, whether pleasant or difficult, is part of the natural ebb and flow of existence. In aligning with Tzu-jan, we also embrace simplicity. Nature thrives in simplicity, free from unnecessary adornments or complications. Each aspect of nature serves a purpose, existing in harmony with the whole. When we simplify our own lives, we too find a greater sense of harmony. We let go of the need for excess, focusing instead on what truly matters. This simplicity allows us to live more fully, unburdened by the distractions of materialism or the demands of social expectations. We become more connected to ourselves and to the world around us, able to appreciate life in its purest form. Embracing the natural rhythm of life also helps us cultivate resilience. Just as nature adapts to changes in climate, we too learn to adapt to the changes in our lives. This adaptability is not about conforming or giving up. It is about remaining grounded in who we are, even as circumstances shift. We learn to bend without breaking, to adjust our course when needed, without losing our sense of purpose. This resilience is a strength that grows from our alignment with the natural flow, allowing us to navigate life's challenges with grace and confidence. In aligning with nature, we learn to value cycles. Life is not a straight line, but a series of cycles, each with its own rhythm and purpose. There are times of growth and times of rest, moments of joy and moments of sorrow. By respecting these cycles, we allow ourselves to experience the fullness of life. We no longer feel the need to cling to happiness or avoid discomfort. Instead, we embrace each phase as a necessary part of the journey. This acceptance brings a sense of balance, a reminder that each season has its place and that each phase contributes to our growth. Living in harmony with Tsujan fosters a deeper awareness of interconnection. In nature, nothing exists in isolation. Each element is part of a larger ecosystem. Similarly, we are not separate from the world around us. We are part of a vast, interconnected web of life. This awareness helps us move beyond individual concerns to consider the impact of our actions on the whole. We start to see ourselves as stewards of the earth, responsible for nurturing and protecting the world we share. This sense of interconnection fosters compassion as we recognize that our well-being is linked to the well-being of all life. Aligning with nature encourages us to release attachments. In nature, everything is in a state of flow. Nothing remains fixed or permanent. When we align with this rhythm, we learn to let go of attachments to specific outcomes, relationships, or possessions. This doesn't mean we become indifferent. It means we recognize that everything has its time and place. By releasing attachments, we free ourselves from the fear of loss, able to appreciate each moment for what it is, without clinging to what might be. This freedom brings a sense of peace, as we are no longer bound by the need to hold on to things that are beyond our control. In embracing Tsujan, we also learn to trust ourselves. Nature operates without doubt or hesitation. Each element fulfills its purpose with confidence. When we align with this natural flow, we too begin to trust our own instincts and abilities. We become less reliant on external validation, more confident in our own path. This self-trust is not arrogance, it is a grounded assurance that comes from understanding our place within the larger whole. We no longer feel the need to compare ourselves to others, able to walk our own path with a sense of peace and purpose. The practice of aligning with nature's rhythm also fosters mindfulness. When we are attuned to the present, we become more aware of the subtle shifts and changes around us. We notice the details of each moment, able to respond with clarity and intention. This mindfulness is not about control. It is a gentle awareness that allows us to engage with life more fully. We become more attuned to our own needs, able to recognize when it's time to act and when it's time to rest. This balance brings a sense of harmony, a reminder that life flows best when we are in tune with its natural rhythm. In following the concept of Tsujan, we begin to experience life with a sense of wonder. Nature is filled with beauty and mystery, an endless source of inspiration. When we align with this natural flow, we too find a sense of awe in the world around us. We start to see life not as a series of tasks or goals, but as a journey filled with moments of discovery. This sense of wonder brings a lightness to our hearts, allowing us to approach each day with curiosity and gratitude. We become open to the surprises that life has to offer, finding joy in the journey itself. Aligning with nature's rhythm also encourages us to embrace vulnerability. Just as nature is open to change and transformation, we too learn to embrace our own vulnerabilities. We recognize that growth often comes from moments of discomfort or uncertainty. This vulnerability is not a weakness. It is a strength that allows us to be open, honest, and real. By embracing our own imperfections, we become more compassionate toward ourselves and others. This compassion creates a sense of connection, a reminder that we are all part of the same natural cycle, each of us growing and learning in our own way. In embracing the Taoist concept of Zhujian, we find a sense of purpose that is not tied to external achievements. Nature does not strive to prove itself. It simply exists, fulfilling its role in the larger ecosystem. Similarly, we learn to find purpose in simply being who we are, rather than constantly striving for success or recognition. This purpose is rooted in authenticity, a commitment to living in alignment with our true selves. By letting go of the need for approval, we find a deeper sense of fulfillment, knowing that our worth is not dependent on what we achieve, but on the sincerity of our actions. Aligning with nature helps us cultivate a sense of calm. When we are in tune with life's rhythm, we are less affected by external events. We understand that everything has its time, that each challenge and joy is part of a larger cycle. This understanding brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we do not need to rush or force things. We are able to face each moment with a steady heart, confident in our ability to navigate life's ups and downs. This calm is not a passive state. It is a dynamic balance that allows us to move through life with grace and resilience, ready to meet whatever comes our way. Having found peace in aligning with nature's rhythm, we now turn inward, exploring a sanctuary within ourselves that remains untouched by the chaos of the world. In our fast-paced lives, stillness is often overlooked, regarded as a luxury or even a waste of time. Yet stillness holds a profound strength, a quiet power that can ground us even amidst life's greatest storms. Quietude doesn't just mean the absence of noise. It's an active presence, a depth of awareness that allows us to connect with our truest selves. As we embrace the power of stillness, we discover a strength that requires no force, a clarity that cuts through the noise, and a resilience that stands firm even when the world around us trembles. In the heart of stillness lies a unique strength, one that is not reliant on physical power or external validation. This strength comes from within, from a place of calm that remains unaffected by life's uncertainties. In stillness, we find a refuge, a space where we can reconnect with ourselves and replenish our energy. It is in these moments of quiet that we realize we don't need to chase strength in the outside world. It is already within us, waiting to be embraced. This inner strength does not shout or demand attention. It is steady, resilient, and unwavering, a reminder that true power is often silent. Stillness offers clarity. In a world that encourages constant movement and distraction, taking time to be still allows us to see things as they truly are. It's like a calm pond reflecting the world around it with perfect clarity. When we're still, our minds are less cluttered, and we're able to think more clearly. We begin to notice the thoughts, feelings, and sensations that arise within us, free from the noise of external influences. This clarity helps us make better decisions, guided by our own intuition rather than the demands or expectations of others. The practice of stillness deepens our self-awareness. When we allow ourselves to be quiet, we begin to understand ourselves on a deeper level. We become more aware of our patterns, our habits, and the things that drive us. This self-awareness is a powerful tool, as it enables us to make choices that are in alignment with our true values and desires. We're no longer driven by automatic responses or conditioned behaviors. Instead, we act from a place of understanding. This awareness brings a sense of empowerment, a reminder that we have the ability to shape our lives with intention and purpose. Stillness fosters patience. In a world that demands instant results, the ability to be still teaches us the value of waiting, of allowing things to unfold in their own time. We learn that not every problem needs to be solved immediately, that sometimes the best course of action is to wait and observe. This patience allows us to approach life with a sense of calm, knowing that we don't need to rush or force things. We start to trust in the natural flow of life, confident that everything will happen as it is meant to. This patience is a strength, a quiet resilience that allows us to remain calm even in times of uncertainty. In stillness, we find a sense of balance. Life is full of contrasts, joy and sorrow, success and failure, gain and loss. By taking time to be still, we create a space where we can find equilibrium, where we are not swayed by the highs or lows of life. This balance allows us to meet each experience with a steady heart, able to appreciate the good without becoming attached, and to endure the difficult without becoming overwhelmed. In this balanced state, we find a sense of peace that is not dependent on external circumstances, but comes from within. The power of quietude is transformative. When we embrace stillness, we begin to see life from a new perspective. The things that once seemed urgent or overwhelming no longer have the same hold over us. We start to see the bigger picture, recognizing that many of our worries and fears are temporary. This perspective brings a sense of freedom, a reminder that we don't need to be consumed by the demands of the world. In stillness, we find the courage to let go of what no longer serves us, to release the things that weigh us down and prevent us from moving forward. Stillness teaches us acceptance. In the quiet, we come face to face with our thoughts and emotions without distraction. We learn to accept ourselves as we are, without judgment or criticism. This acceptance is not complacency. It is a deep, compassionate understanding of our own humanity. We realize that we don't need to be perfect, that it's okay to have flaws and make mistakes. This self-acceptance frees us from the constant pressure to be something we're not, allowing us to live more authentically and with greater ease. In the depths of stillness, we experience a profound connection to ourselves and to the world around us. When we are quiet, we are able to tune in to the subtleties of life, the sound of our own breath, the beating of our heart, the sensations within our body. This connection grounds us, reminding us that we are alive, that we are part of something greater. We feel a sense of unity, a oneness that transcends our individual concerns. This connection brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we are never truly alone. Embracing stillness helps us cultivate resilience. Life is unpredictable, filled with challenges and obstacles. In stillness, we learn to face these difficulties with a calm and steady heart. We realize that we don't need to be constantly fighting or struggling. Sometimes, the greatest strength lies in simply being present, in holding space for ourselves amid the chaos. This resilience is not about suppressing our emotions or ignoring our struggles. It is a quiet strength that comes from knowing that we can endure, that we have the inner resources to weather any storm. The practice of quietude enhances our creativity. When we are constantly busy, our minds are filled with noise, leaving little room for new ideas or insights. But in stillness, we create space for inspiration to arise naturally. Our minds are open, receptive, and free from the constraints of routine or expectation. This openness allows us to see things from a fresh perspective, to approach problems with a creative mind. We start to see connections and possibilities that we might have missed in the rush of daily life. This creativity is not forced. It flows naturally from a place of calm and clarity. In stillness, we find a refuge from the demands of the world. Life is full of noise, both literal and metaphorical, pulling us in countless directions. By embracing quietude, we create a sanctuary within ourselves, a place where we can retreat whenever we need. This inner refuge is always available to us, a reminder that we don't need to be constantly reacting to the world around us. In this refuge, we find peace, a calm that is not dependent on external circumstances. This peace is a source of strength, a reminder that we have the power to create our own sense of stability, regardless of what is happening around us. Stillness brings a sense of gratitude. In the quiet, we are able to appreciate the simple things that often go unnoticed in the busyness of life: the warmth of the sun, the sound of birds, the feeling of the earth beneath our feet. This gratitude is not about grand gestures or material wealth. It is a deep appreciation for the small moments that make life meaningful. In stillness, we realize that we don't need to constantly seek more. We already have everything we need to be content. This gratitude brings a sense of fulfillment, a reminder that happiness is not something we need to chase, but something we can find within ourselves. In quietude, we cultivate a sense of humility. When we take time to be still, we realize that life is much larger than our individual concerns. We become aware of the vastness of existence, of the countless forces at play beyond our control. This awareness fosters a sense of humility, a reminder that we are part of something greater than ourselves. This humility is not about diminishing our worth. It is an acknowledgement of life's complexity, a recognition that we do not have all the answers. This humility allows us to approach life with an open heart and an open mind, ready to learn and grow. The power of stillness enhances our intuition. When we are quiet, we are able to tune in to our inner voice, to listen to the wisdom that lies within. This intuition is a valuable guide, helping us make choices that are in alignment with our true selves. We become more confident in our decisions, more sure of our path. This intuition is not about predicting the future. It is a deep knowing that comes from being in tune with ourselves. It is a source of strength, a reminder that we already have the answers we seek, if only we take the time to listen. Embracing stillness also strengthens our relationships. When we are constantly busy, it can be difficult to give others our full attention. But in stillness, we learn the art of presence, the ability to be fully engaged with the people around us. We listen more deeply, respond more thoughtfully, and create a space where genuine connection can flourish. This presence is a gift, a reminder that our relationships are not about quantity, but quality. In stillness, we find a deeper appreciation for the people in our lives, a reminder that true connection requires nothing more than our undivided attention. Stillness allows us to let go of the need for control. In the quiet, we realize that life is full of uncertainties, and that trying to control everything only leads to frustration and disappointment. This realization brings a sense of freedom, a reminder that we don't need to have all the answers or make everything perfect. We learn to trust in the natural flow of life, confident that things will unfold as they are meant to. This trust brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we don't need to carry the weight of the world on our shoulders. From the quiet strength found in stillness, we are led to a profound realization. Much of our inner peace is often disrupted by our attachment to specific outcomes. We spend so much energy planning, hoping, and sometimes even obsessing over how things should turn out, only to find ourselves disheartened when reality doesn't match our expectations. The art of detaching from outcomes doesn't mean we stop caring or pursuing goals. Rather, it means releasing the rigid hold we have on how things must be. In this freedom, we allow ourselves to flow more naturally with life, finding peace not in what we achieve, but in how we approach each moment. Letting go of this attachment opens a door to a deeper joy, one that is unshakable, because it no longer depends on specific results. Letting go of attachment begins with understanding that outcomes are ultimately beyond our control. We may influence events with our efforts, but we cannot guarantee any particular result. This realization is not about defeat, but empowerment, freeing us from the frustration of constantly trying to manipulate circumstances to fit our desires. When we let go of rigid expectations, we allow ourselves to act with a clear heart, knowing that we have done our best without being burdened by the need for a specific outcome. This detachment brings a sense of peace, a release from the pressure to make everything perfect, allowing us to enjoy the process rather than fixating on the end result. Detachment teaches us to focus on the present rather than getting lost in future hopes or fears. Often, our minds are preoccupied with what will happen if things go a certain way, drawing us away from the moment at hand. By letting go of attachment to outcomes, we bring our full attention to what we're doing right now, unburdened by worries of success or failure. This presence enhances our experience, as we're no longer distracted by the fear of losing or the anticipation of winning. Instead, we immerse ourselves fully in each action, finding fulfillment in the effort itself rather than in what it might yield. Releasing attachment allows us to enjoy the journey, not just the destination. When we fixate on a specific result, we often rush through the process, eager to see our efforts pay off. But in doing so, we miss the richness of the journey itself. By letting go of the need for a particular outcome, we give ourselves permission to slow down, to savor each step along the way. This appreciation for the journey brings a deeper satisfaction, as we realize that life is not just about reaching goals, but about experiencing each moment fully, with all its nuances and surprises. Letting go of attachment cultivates resilience. When we're not tied to a specific outcome, setbacks and disappointments no longer have the same power over us. We're able to face challenges with a sense of calm, knowing that our worth is not determined by any single success or failure. This resilience allows us to bounce back from difficulties more quickly, as we're not devastated by unmet expectations. Instead, we see each obstacle as part of a larger journey, an opportunity to learn and grow. This resilience brings a sense of strength, a reminder that we are capable of facing whatever comes our way. Detachment helps us to find joy in the act of giving without expecting anything in return. Often, we give with the hope of receiving something in return, whether it's appreciation, recognition, or love. But when we let go of attachment to outcomes, we're able to give more freely, without the burden of expectation. This unconditional giving brings a sense of fulfillment, as we realize that true generosity requires nothing in return. This joy is pure, untainted by the desire for reward, a reminder that the act of giving itself is enough. Letting go of attachment opens us to new possibilities. When we're fixated on a specific outcome, we often miss opportunities that may be better than what we initially hoped for. By releasing the need for things to go a certain way, we allow life to unfold in unexpected and sometimes magical ways. This openness brings a sense of adventure, a reminder that there is more to life than we can imagine. When we're not bound by rigid expectations, we're free to explore, to embrace new paths and experiences that may lead us to places we never thought possible. Detachment frees us from the fear of failure. Often, our attachment to outcomes is driven by a fear of failing, of not living up to our own or others' expectations. But when we let go of the need for a specific result, failure loses its sting. We begin to see that failure is not a reflection of our worth, but simply a part of the learning process. This freedom from fear allows us to take risks, to try new things without being paralyzed by the possibility of not succeeding. This courage to fail is a powerful gift, as it opens the door to growth and discovery, allowing us to live more fully and authentically. Releasing attachment to outcomes brings a sense of peace that is not dependent on circumstances. Often, our happiness is tied to external events, to things going a certain way. But when we let go of this dependency, we find a peace that is unshakable, a calm that remains even when things don't go as planned. This peace is a source of strength, a reminder that our well-being is not at the mercy of external events, but resides within us. This inner peace is a refuge, a sanctuary that we can return to whenever life becomes turbulent. Letting go of attachment fosters a sense of humility. Often, our attachment to outcomes stems from a desire to control, a belief that we know what's best. But when we release this need for control, we acknowledge that life is far more complex than we can understand. This humility allows us to approach each situation with an open heart and an open mind, ready to learn rather than impose our own agenda. This openness brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we don't have to have all the answers. This humility is a quiet strength, a reminder that we are part of something greater than ourselves. Detachment enhances our relationships. When we're attached to specific outcomes, we often place expectations on others, hoping they will act or respond in a certain way. But by letting go of these expectations, we allow others to be themselves, free from the pressure to meet our needs. This acceptance fosters a deeper connection, as we're able to appreciate people for who they are, rather than who we want them to be. This freedom brings a sense of peace to our relationships, a reminder that love is not about control, but about acceptance and understanding. Letting go of attachment allows us to be more adaptable. Life is full of changes and surprises, and when we're attached to specific outcomes, we often struggle to adapt. But when we release this attachment, we become more flexible, more open to change. This adaptability is a strength, a reminder that we are capable of navigating life's twists and turns without losing our sense of self. This flexibility allows us to face each new situation with confidence, knowing that we don't need things to go a certain way in order to be okay. This adaptability brings a sense of freedom, a reminder that we are not defined by any single outcome. Detachment encourages us to live more authentically. Often, our attachment to outcomes is driven by a desire to meet others' expectations or to prove ourselves. But when we let go of this need for validation, we're free to live in alignment with our true values and desires. This authenticity is a source of strength, a reminder that we don't need to conform to others' expectations in order to be worthy. This freedom to be ourselves brings a sense of fulfillment, a reminder that true happiness comes from living in alignment with who we truly are. Letting go of attachment helps us cultivate gratitude. When we're focused on a specific outcome, we often overlook the blessings that are already present in our lives. But by releasing this attachment, we open our hearts to the abundance that surrounds us. This gratitude is not dependent on external success or achievement. It is a deep appreciation for the simple moments that make life meaningful. This gratitude brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we already have everything we need to be happy. This gratitude is a source of fulfillment, a reminder that happiness is not something we need to chase, but something we can find within ourselves. In detachment, we find a sense of contentment that is not tied to external circumstances. Often, our happiness is conditional, based on things going a certain way. But when we let go of this dependency, we find a contentment that is unshakable, a joy that remains even when things don't go as planned. This contentment is a source of strength, a reminder that we don't need things to be perfect in order to be happy. This inner contentment is a refuge, a sanctuary that we can return to whenever life becomes challenging. Moving from the liberation of detaching from specific outcomes, we now face another profound truth. Much of our suffering comes from the illusion of control. It is natural to want to influence our circumstances, to steer life toward what feels secure and predictable. But beneath this urge lies a truth that Stoic resilience calls us to embrace. Our control is limited, and life's changes are inevitable. Real strength lies not in trying to manipulate every detail, but in meeting each change with acceptance, grounded in the understanding that resilience is born from within. Here, we explore the art of letting go of this illusion, not to resign ourselves to passivity, but to find a freedom and courage that remains steady through life's uncertainties. Accepting the limits of control begins with understanding that we are part of a world much larger than ourselves. Life unfolds according to a complexity that no single person can fully grasp or direct. This realization is humbling, yet empowering. When we accept that we are part of something vast and interconnected, we no longer feel the need to bear the weight of the world on our shoulders. We can focus on what is within our reach, our thoughts, responses, and actions, without being consumed by the impossible task of controlling every outcome. This understanding brings a peace that is unshakable, a reminder that while we may influence certain events, life's unfolding is beyond our grasp. Releasing the illusion of control invites us to embrace uncertainty. So often, we resist change because it feels like losing our grip on what we know. But life, by its very nature, is unpredictable. When we stop trying to force stability in a world that is constantly evolving, we find a new kind of freedom. This acceptance of uncertainty doesn't mean that we stop planning or preparing. It means that we become more adaptable, more open to whatever comes our way. This adaptability is a strength, a reminder that resilience is not about having all the answers, but about being ready to respond to whatever life presents. The Stoic approach to control teaches us to focus on our inner world rather than external events. We cannot control what happens around us, but we can choose how we respond. This focus on our own thoughts and actions is empowering, as it gives us a sense of agency even in the face of difficult circumstances. We learn that our peace of mind is not dependent on external conditions, but on our own resilience. This shift in focus brings a sense of stability, a reminder that true power lies within us, not in the changing world around us. Accepting the limits of control also cultivates patience. When we recognize that not everything will go according to plan, we become more willing to wait, to allow things to unfold naturally. This patience is not passive. It is a grounded confidence that life will move at its own pace, that each moment will bring what it needs. We stop forcing outcomes, trusting that everything will happen in its own time. This patience brings a sense of calm, a reminder that we do not need to rush or push against life's natural flow. Instead, we can remain steady, prepared to act when the moment is right. The illusion of control often creates a sense of anxiety, a constant worry that we need to manage everything perfectly. But by accepting life's inherent unpredictability, we free ourselves from this burden. We realize that our worth is not determined by how well we control events, but by how we meet each moment. This acceptance brings a sense of relief, a reminder that we do not need to be perfect, that it's okay to let go. This freedom from anxiety is a gift, allowing us to approach life with a sense of ease, unburdened by the need to constantly be in control. In letting go of control, we find the courage to face the unknown. Often, the desire to control is rooted in a fear of what might happen if things don't go our way. But when we release this need, we discover a resilience that allows us to face uncertainty with an open heart. We realize that we are capable of handling whatever comes, that our strength is not dependent on external stability. This courage is a quiet power, a reminder that we can meet life's changes with confidence, knowing that we have the inner resources to adapt and thrive. Accepting life's changes also teaches us humility. The desire to control often stems from a belief that we know what's best, that we can shape life to fit our ideals. But in accepting the limits of our control, we acknowledge that life is far more complex than we can fully understand. This humility is not a weakness. It is a recognition of our place within the larger scheme of things. It allows us to approach each moment with openness, ready to learn from whatever life has to offer. This humility brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we do not have to have all the answers, that it's okay to let life unfold in its own way. Letting go of control enhances our relationships. When we try to control others, we create tension and distance. But by accepting that we cannot dictate how others act or feel, we allow people to be themselves. This acceptance fosters deeper connections, as we're able to appreciate others for who they are without trying to change them. This freedom brings a sense of peace to our relationships, a reminder that love is not about control, but about acceptance and understanding. This acceptance creates a space where true connection can flourish, where we can relate to others with openness and respect. In releasing the illusion of control, we become more adaptable. Life is full of unexpected changes, and when we cling to rigid plans or expectations, we often struggle to adjust. But by letting go of this need for control, we allow ourselves to flow with life's changes, to adapt without losing our sense of self. This adaptability is a strength, a reminder that resilience is not about resisting change, but about moving gracefully through it. This flexibility brings a sense of freedom, a reminder that we are capable of navigating life's twists and turns with ease and confidence. Accepting the limits of control helps us live more authentically. When we try to control every detail, we often end up conforming to others' expectations or to societal standards. But by letting go of this need, we allow ourselves to live in alignment with our true values and desires. This authenticity is a source of strength, a reminder that we don't need to conform in order to be worthy. This freedom to be ourselves brings a sense of fulfillment, a reminder that true happiness comes from living in alignment with who we truly are. Letting go of control fosters a sense of gratitude. When we're focused on controlling outcomes, we often overlook the blessings that are already present in our lives. But by releasing this attachment, we open our hearts to the abundance that surrounds us. This gratitude is not dependent on external success or achievement. It is a deep appreciation for the simple moments that make life meaningful. This gratitude brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we already have everything we need to be happy. This gratitude is a source of fulfillment, a reminder that happiness is not something we need to chase, but something we can find within ourselves. In letting go of the illusion of control, we find a sense of contentment that is not tied to external circumstances. Often, our happiness is conditional, based on things going a certain way. But when we let go of this dependency, we find a contentment that is unshakable, a joy that remains even when things don't go as planned. This contentment is a source of strength, a reminder that we don't need things to be perfect in order to be happy. This inner contentment is a refuge, a sanctuary that we can return to whenever life becomes challenging. Having embraced the wisdom of accepting what we cannot control, we now arrive at a powerful question. What if our actions could be just as effortless? So often, effort is associated with struggle, a sense of pushing against resistance. But Taoism offers a different perspective, one that reveals a state of action that flows naturally, without force or strain. This principle, known as Wu Wei, or effortless action, doesn't suggest doing nothing. Instead, it's about aligning our efforts with the natural flow, moving with life rather than against it. When applied to daily life, Wu Wei transforms our approach to work, relationships, and even personal growth, showing us how to act with ease and effectiveness. In this state, our actions become less about exertion and more about harmony, where we engage fully without the weight of constant effort. The essence of Wu Wei is found in acting without excessive force. This doesn't mean inaction. It's about finding the path of least resistance where actions arise naturally. Just as water flows around obstacles without losing momentum, we too can approach tasks in a way that feels intuitive and unforced. When we stop struggling to control every aspect of our actions, we find that things often fall into place more easily than expected. This approach encourages us to trust in our abilities and intuition, knowing that our actions are enough as they are. This trust brings a sense of calm, a reminder that we don't have to force results. Applying Wu Wei begins with tuning into our own rhythm. Each of us has natural cycles of energy and focus, times when we're more productive and times when we need rest. Instead of pushing ourselves to be constantly active, we can honor these rhythms, working when we feel focused and allowing ourselves to rest when we need it. This doesn't mean ignoring responsibilities. It means working in harmony with our own energy rather than against it. By respecting our natural rhythm, we find that our work becomes more enjoyable and sustainable, a balanced approach that prevents burnout and promotes well-being. Effortless action invites us to simplify. Often we complicate tasks by overthinking or over-planning, which can create unnecessary resistance. Wu Wei encourages us to approach each task with a clear mind, focusing on what needs to be done without adding extra layers of difficulty. This simplicity allows us to act with clarity and purpose, free from the burden of excessive preparation. By letting go of unnecessary steps, we find that even complex tasks become more manageable. This simplicity is not about cutting corners. It's about streamlining our actions to focus on what truly matters. Incorporating Wu Wei into daily life means trusting the process rather than fixating on outcomes. When we're overly focused on a specific result, we often put unnecessary pressure on ourselves, which can make our actions feel forced. But by focusing on the present task instead of the outcome, we're able to engage more fully, without the anxiety of what might happen. This trust in the process allows us to work with ease, knowing that each step is enough on its own. This shift in focus brings a sense of freedom, a reminder that we don't need to control every detail in order to succeed. Effortless action also teaches us to respond rather than react. Often we feel compelled to act quickly, driven by the need to prove ourselves or to avoid discomfort. But Wu Wei encourages us to pause, to consider our actions carefully before moving forward. This pause is not about hesitating, it's about creating space to ensure that our actions are thoughtful and aligned with our intentions. This mindful response allows us to act with clarity and purpose, free from the impulsive reactions that often lead to regret. This approach fosters a sense of control over our actions, a reminder that we can choose how we engage with each moment. The practice of Wu Wei invites us to find joy in the act of doing rather than in the end result. So often we rush through tasks, eager to reach the finish line. But when we focus on the process itself, we find a sense of satisfaction that is independent of the outcome. Each action becomes an opportunity to engage fully, to bring our attention to the present moment. This joy in doing transforms even the most mundane tasks into meaningful experiences, a reminder that life is not just about achieving, but about experiencing each moment to its fullest. Incorporating Wu Wei into daily life also helps us prioritize. When we let go of the need to do everything perfectly, we're able to focus on what truly matters. Wu Wei is not about doing less. It's about doing what is essential, giving our full attention to what requires it, and releasing the rest. This focus on essentials brings a sense of clarity, a reminder that we don't need to fill our days with endless tasks to be productive. By prioritizing with intention, we create space for what truly matters, allowing us to engage more deeply with each task. Effortless action allows us to work in harmony with others. Often, conflicts arise when we try to impose our will on others or when we resist others' ideas. But Wu Wei teaches us to flow with the dynamics of each relationship, to find common ground and work together naturally. This doesn't mean giving up our own opinions. It means approaching interactions with openness, ready to adapt and collaborate. This harmony with others fosters a sense of connection, a reminder that we are not alone in our efforts. By working together rather than against each other, we create a more supportive and fulfilling environment. Applying Wu Wei also encourages us to embrace imperfection. Often, the desire to control comes from a need to make everything flawless, to avoid mistakes at all costs. But when we embrace the natural flow, we accept that imperfections are part of the process. This acceptance frees us from the fear of failure, allowing us to act with a sense of ease and confidence. This approach fosters resilience, a reminder that we can learn and grow from each experience, regardless of the outcome. This acceptance of imperfection brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we don't need to be perfect to be effective. Effortless action invites us to listen to our intuition. In a world that often prioritizes logic and planning, intuition is sometimes overlooked. But Wu Wei encourages us to trust our inner guidance, to act in a way that feels natural and aligned with our values. This intuition is not about ignoring reason. It's about finding a balance between thought and feeling. By tuning into our intuition, we discover a sense of direction that is both authentic and empowering. This trust in ourselves brings a sense of confidence, a reminder that we have the wisdom to navigate life's challenges with ease. The practice of Wu Wei encourages us to move with intention. Often we act out of habit or routine without fully considering why we're doing something. But Wu Wei invites us to bring awareness to each action, to act with a clear sense of purpose. This intentional approach allows us to engage more deeply, to find meaning in even the smallest tasks. This mindfulness brings a sense of fulfillment, a reminder that each action is an opportunity to express our values and contribute to the world around us. Effortless action allows us to find balance between work and rest. In a culture that often values productivity above all else, rest can feel like a luxury. But Wu Wei reminds us that rest is essential to sustained action, that by taking time to recharge, we're able to work more effectively. This balance is not about doing less. It's about recognizing that rest and work are both necessary parts of the process. This approach brings a sense of well-being, a reminder that we don't need to exhaust ourselves to be productive. By honoring both work and rest, we create a sustainable rhythm that supports long-term success. Incorporating Wu Wei into daily life also teaches us to let go of the need for constant progress. Often, we measure our worth by how much we achieve, always striving for the next goal. But Wu Wei encourages us to appreciate where we are, to find contentment in the present moment rather than constantly reaching for more. This doesn't mean giving up on growth. It means finding joy in each step along the way. This appreciation for the present brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we don't need to be constantly advancing to find fulfillment. Effortless action helps us to be more flexible. Life is full of unexpected changes, and when we're rigid in our plans, we often struggle to adapt. But Wu Wei teaches us to flow with life's changes, to adapt without losing our sense of purpose. This flexibility is not about giving up. It's about finding ways to adjust while staying true to ourselves. This adaptability brings a sense of resilience, a reminder that we are capable of navigating life's twists and turns with grace and confidence. The practice of Wu Wei encourages us to release the need for recognition. Often, we seek validation from others, hoping that our actions will be noticed or praised. But Wu Wei reminds us that true satisfaction comes from within, from knowing that we have done our best without needing external approval. This inner validation brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we don't need to rely on others to feel fulfilled. By letting go of the need for recognition, we find a freedom to act authentically, guided by our own values rather than by the expectations of others. From the peace of effortless action, we arrive at one of life's most transformative pursuits: building inner trust. Often, our struggles come from a lack of trust, not only in life's unfolding, but also in ourselves. This inner trust is more than confidence. It is a deep-rooted faith in our own ability to meet whatever life brings. To live fully, we must learn to release the grip of fear that often holds us back, especially when we face the unknown. Embracing the unknown with courage requires an acceptance that life cannot be controlled, but it can be trusted. This journey toward trust invites us to see ourselves as part of a greater unity, a connectedness that provides strength and support, reminding us that we are not alone in navigating life's mysteries. Building inner trust begins with self-awareness. To trust ourselves, we must first understand our values, strengths, and limitations. This understanding is not about harsh self-critique. It's about a gentle curiosity, a willingness to look within and accept ourselves as we are. This self-acceptance lays the foundation for trust, reminding us that we don't need to be perfect to be worthy of our own faith. In recognizing our own humanity, we begin to see that trust is not about knowing all the answers, but about believing in our ability to find them as we go. Inner trust also requires letting go of the need for certainty. Often, our fear of the unknown stems from a desire to have everything planned and predictable. But life, by nature, is uncertain. By accepting this, we allow ourselves to release the anxiety that comes from trying to control every outcome. This acceptance brings a sense of freedom, a reminder that we don't need to know everything in order to move forward. This freedom is empowering, allowing us to face the unknown with curiosity rather than fear, confident in our ability to handle whatever arises. In building inner trust, we learn to listen to our intuition. Often, we second-guess ourselves, doubting our instincts because they don't always align with logic or external advice. But intuition is a powerful guide, a quiet wisdom that knows more than we often realize. By trusting this inner voice, we begin to act with greater authenticity, guided by our own understanding rather than by external expectations. This intuition strengthens our connection to ourselves, a reminder that we already have the answers we seek, if only we take the time to listen. Embracing the unknown requires us to face our fears with courage. Often, we fear what we cannot see or predict, worried about the worst possible outcome. But by building inner trust, we develop the resilience to face these fears without being controlled by them. We learn that courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to move forward despite it. This courage is a quiet strength, a reminder that we are capable of handling life's challenges, no matter how uncertain the path may be. This resilience brings a sense of peace, a trust in our own ability to meet each moment as it comes. Inner trust encourages us to live authentically. When we trust ourselves, we're less concerned with meeting others' expectations or conforming to societal standards. We begin to live in alignment with our own values, guided by our own sense of purpose. This authenticity is a source of strength, a reminder that we don't need to compromise who we are in order to be accepted. This freedom to be ourselves brings a sense of fulfillment, a reminder that true happiness comes from living in alignment with our own truth. Building inner trust allows us to approach life with an open heart. When we're not consumed by fear of the unknown, we're able to embrace each experience with curiosity and openness. This openness allows us to engage with life fully, without the constraints of fear or doubt. We begin to see each moment as an opportunity to grow and learn, a chance to deepen our understanding of ourselves and the world around us. This openness brings a sense of wonder, a reminder that life is filled with endless possibilities, waiting to be explored. In trusting ourselves, we become more adaptable. Life is full of unexpected changes, and when we lack inner trust, we often struggle to adjust. But by building this trust, we allow ourselves to flow with life's changes, to adapt without losing our sense of self. This adaptability is a strength, a reminder that resilience is not about resisting change, but about moving gracefully through it. This flexibility brings a sense of confidence, a reminder that we are capable of navigating life's twists and turns with ease and grace. Inner trust fosters a sense of unity with others. When we trust ourselves, we're able to connect with others from a place of authenticity and openness. We no longer feel the need to prove ourselves or to seek validation, allowing us to relate to others with genuine compassion and understanding. This unity reminds us that we are not alone in our journey, that each of us is connected in our shared humanity. This sense of connection brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we are all part of something greater than ourselves. Building inner trust also helps us let go of the need for external validation. Often, we seek approval from others, hoping that their praise will confirm our worth. But by trusting ourselves, we realize that our value does not depend on others' opinions. This inner validation brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we are enough as we are, without needing anyone else's approval. This self-assurance is a source of strength, a reminder that true confidence comes from within, not from the opinions of others. Inner trust encourages us to live with intention. When we trust ourselves, we're able to act with purpose, guided by our own values rather than by external pressures. This intentionality allows us to make choices that are aligned with our true desires, creating a life that is meaningful and fulfilling. This alignment brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we don't need to follow others' paths in order to find happiness. By living with intention, we create a life that is true to who we are, a life that reflects our own unique journey. In trusting ourselves, we find the courage to take risks. Often, we hold back from pursuing our dreams because we fear failure or rejection. But by building inner trust, we develop the resilience to take these risks, knowing that we are capable of handling whatever comes our way. This courage is a quiet strength, a reminder that we don't need to play it safe in order to be secure. This willingness to take risks brings a sense of excitement, a reminder that life is filled with opportunities waiting to be embraced. Inner trust helps us find peace in solitude. When we lack trust in ourselves, we often seek distraction or validation from others. But by building this trust, we become comfortable in our own company, able to find contentment within. This peace in solitude is a gift, a reminder that we don't need to rely on others to feel whole. This self-sufficiency brings a sense of freedom, a reminder that we are complete as we are, capable of finding joy and fulfillment within ourselves. Building inner trust also strengthens our resilience. Life is full of challenges, and when we lack trust in ourselves, we often feel overwhelmed or defeated. But by trusting ourselves, we develop the strength to face these challenges with courage and determination. This resilience is a source of peace, a reminder that we are capable of handling whatever life brings. This inner strength brings a sense of confidence, a reminder that we have the resources to overcome any obstacle, no matter how daunting it may seem. In trusting ourselves, we find the confidence to set boundaries. Often, we struggle to say no because we fear rejection or disapproval. But by building inner trust, we develop the courage to honor our own needs and values, even when it means disappointing others. This confidence brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we don't need to sacrifice ourselves in order to be loved. By setting boundaries, we create a life that is true to who we are, a life that reflects our own worth and dignity. Inner trust encourages us to embrace vulnerability. When we trust ourselves, we're able to be open and honest, even when it feels uncomfortable. This vulnerability is not a weakness. It is a strength that allows us to connect with others on a deeper level. This openness brings a sense of connection, a reminder that we are all human, each of us navigating our own journey. This vulnerability is a gift, a reminder that true connection requires honesty and courage. Building inner trust helps us to live more mindfully. When we trust ourselves, we're able to be fully present, free from the distractions of fear and doubt. This mindfulness allows us to engage with life more deeply, to appreciate each moment as it unfolds. This presence brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we don't need to be constantly worrying about the future or dwelling on the past. By living in the present, we find a sense of contentment that is grounded in the here and now. Inner trust fosters a sense of gratitude. When we trust ourselves, we're able to appreciate the journey, even when it doesn't go as planned. This gratitude is not about having everything we want. It's about appreciating what we have, finding joy in the simple moments that make life meaningful. This gratitude brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we already have everything we need to be happy. This appreciation is a source of fulfillment, a reminder that happiness is not something we need to chase, but something we can find within ourselves. Building inner trust allows us to face life's challenges with grace. When we trust ourselves, we're able to approach difficulties with a calm and steady heart, knowing that we have the resilience to handle whatever comes our way. This grace is a quiet strength, a reminder that we don't need to be shaken by every setback. This resilience brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we are capable of meeting each moment with courage and dignity. In trusting ourselves, we find a sense of purpose that is not tied to external achievements. Often, we measure our worth by our accomplishments, always striving to prove ourselves. But by building inner trust, we realize that our value is not dependent on what we achieve. This sense of purpose brings a sense of fulfillment, a reminder that we are enough as we are, without needing to constantly prove ourselves. This purpose is a source of peace, a reminder that our worth is inherent, independent of our successes or failures. Moving from the depth of inner trust, we now find ourselves at a crucial part of life's journey, finding harmony in our relationships. When we learn to trust ourselves, we often find it easier to trust others, to let them be who they are without needing to shape or direct their paths. Harmony doesn't mean agreeing on everything or seeing eye to eye at every moment. Instead, it's about creating space for each person's individuality, allowing relationships to flourish without interference. This respect for others' autonomy brings a sense of peace, transforming connections from sources of friction to places of genuine understanding and acceptance. In this harmony, we find a way to connect deeply without control, love without expectation, and support without condition. Harmony in relationships begins with acceptance. Each person carries their own experiences, beliefs, and perspectives, all shaped by a unique journey. Accepting others as they are, without judgment or the desire to change them, allows us to create a foundation of trust and respect. This acceptance doesn't mean we have to agree with everything they think or do. It simply means acknowledging their right to be themselves. This acknowledgement brings a sense of freedom to the relationship, where both people feel valued for who they are, not for who they're expected to be. In this acceptance, we find a peace that is not dependent on constant agreement, but on mutual respect. Creating harmony also means releasing expectations. Often, we place expectations on others, hoping they will act or respond in certain ways. But when we let go of these expectations, we allow people to be authentic, free from the pressure to meet our needs. This freedom fosters a deeper connection, as both individuals are able to engage with honesty and openness. Releasing expectations doesn't mean ignoring our own needs. It means communicating them without attaching rigid demands to the other person. This balance brings a sense of calm, a reminder that true harmony comes from understanding, not control. Harmony in relationships encourages us to listen deeply. Often we listen with the intent to respond, ready to share our thoughts or opinions. But true listening involves setting aside our own perspectives, allowing the other person's voice to be fully heard. This act of listening is a gift, a reminder that we value their words and insights. In this space, people feel understood, free from the fear of judgment or interruption. This deep listening fosters a connection that goes beyond words, a reminder that understanding is often found in simply being present for one another. Creating space for others to be themselves also means embracing differences. Each person brings a unique perspective, shaped by their own journey. When we allow these differences to exist without interference, we open ourselves to a richer understanding of life. We begin to see that diversity of thought and experience is not a threat, but a source of growth. This openness brings a sense of curiosity, a reminder that there is always more to learn. By embracing differences, we create a relationship that is expansive, where both people feel free to express themselves fully. Harmony requires us to let go of the need to be right. Often, disagreements arise from a desire to prove ourselves correct, to convince others to see things our way. But in relationships, harmony is found in the willingness to understand rather than to win. By letting go of this need, we open ourselves to genuine dialogue, where both perspectives are respected. This openness brings a sense of humility, a reminder that each person's truth is valid, even if it differs from our own. This humility allows us to connect without ego, to engage in a way that is focused on mutual understanding rather than personal validation. Allowing others to be themselves also means respecting their boundaries. Each person has their own comfort zones, their own limits that must be honored. When we respect these boundaries, we create a space where they feel safe and valued. This respect is not about distance, it's about honoring the individuality of the other person. This respect brings a sense of trust, a reminder that we don't need to push or invade to be close. By respecting boundaries, we build a foundation of trust that strengthens the relationship, allowing it to grow without the constraints of fear or pressure. Harmony in relationships invites us to approach each interaction with empathy. Understanding another person's perspective, even when it differs from our own, allows us to connect on a deeper level. This empathy doesn't mean we have to agree with everything they say. It means seeing the world through their eyes, acknowledging their feelings and experiences. This act of empathy creates a bridge, a connection that transcends differences. This compassion is a reminder that each person is navigating their own challenges, and by offering empathy, we create a space where they feel supported and understood. In building harmony, we learn to communicate with kindness. Words have the power to heal or to harm, and when we speak with kindness, we create an environment of trust and respect. This kindness is not about avoiding difficult conversations, it's about approaching them with a gentle heart. By choosing our words thoughtfully, we foster a connection that is rooted in compassion, a reminder that love is not about perfection, but about patience and understanding. This kindness creates a safe space, a reminder that we can address conflicts without damaging the bond between us. Harmony encourages us to appreciate others for who they are, not for what they can do for us. Often, relationships become transactional, where we value people based on what they offer or how they make us feel. But true harmony comes from appreciating each person's essence, seeing them as whole and complete on their own. This appreciation brings a sense of gratitude, a reminder that each person is a gift, a unique expression of life. By valuing people for who they are, we create a relationship that is free from the limitations of expectation, allowing each person to feel valued and respected. Creating harmony also involves forgiveness. No relationship is without its challenges, and misunderstandings are inevitable. But by holding on to resentment, we create barriers that prevent genuine connection. Forgiveness is not about condoning hurtful behavior. It's about releasing the hold that past hurts have on us. This act of forgiveness brings a sense of freedom, a reminder that we don't need to carry the weight of grudges. By letting go of resentment, we open ourselves to healing, creating space for trust and understanding to flourish once more. Harmony invites us to support others in their growth without imposing our own agenda. Each person's journey is unique, and when we try to control or direct their path, we prevent them from finding their own way. True support is about offering guidance without interference, encouraging without pressure. This support brings a sense of empowerment, a reminder that each person is capable of discovering their own truth. By allowing others to grow at their own pace, we create a relationship that is nurturing and free, a space where both people can evolve without constraints. Allowing others to be themselves also means giving them the freedom to make mistakes. Growth often involves missteps, and when we judge others for their mistakes, we create an environment of fear rather than trust. By accepting that mistakes are a natural part of learning, we foster a relationship that is supportive and understanding. This acceptance brings a sense of patience, a reminder that each person is on their own journey, learning and growing in their own way. This patience creates a space where people feel safe to be vulnerable, to take risks without fear of judgment. Harmony in relationships encourages us to celebrate each other's successes without jealousy. Often, we feel threatened by others' achievements, worried that their success diminishes our own. But when we allow ourselves to celebrate their victories, we create a relationship that is rooted in mutual support and joy. This celebration brings a sense of unity, a reminder that we are not in competition but are on a shared journey. By rejoicing in each other's accomplishments, we strengthen the bond between us, creating a relationship that is uplifting and empowering. In building harmony, we learn to be patient with each other's growth. Each person evolves at their own pace, and when we pressure others to change, we create tension. Patience allows us to support them without imposing our own expectations, to give them the space they need to grow in their own time. This patience brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we don't need to rush or control the process. By allowing others to grow at their own speed, we create a relationship that is nurturing, a place where both people feel free to evolve authentically. Harmony also involves letting go of control. Often, we try to shape others' actions or beliefs, hoping they will align with our own. But true harmony comes from allowing people to be who they are, without trying to mold them to fit our expectations. This freedom brings a sense of respect, a reminder that each person has their own path. By releasing the need for control, we create a relationship that is based on trust, a space where both people feel valued for who they are, not for who we want them to be. Building harmony in relationships helps us to practice gratitude. When we focus on the positive qualities in others, we create a relationship that is uplifting and affirming. This gratitude is not about ignoring flaws. It's about appreciating each person's unique contributions. This appreciation brings a sense of joy, a reminder that each relationship is a gift, an opportunity to experience life in a richer and more meaningful way. By practicing gratitude, we create a relationship that is filled with positivity, a reminder that love is found in appreciation, not in perfection. Allowing others to be themselves encourages us to be more authentic. When we create a space where others feel free to express themselves, we also feel more comfortable being true to ourselves. This authenticity brings a sense of connection, a reminder that we don't need to hide or pretend in order to be loved. By being ourselves, we invite others to do the same, creating a relationship that is grounded in truth and honesty. This honesty strengthens the bond between us, creating a space where both people feel seen and valued. In harmony, we find the courage to be vulnerable. When we allow others to be themselves, we also create a space where we can be open and honest, free from the fear of judgment. This vulnerability is not a weakness. It is a strength that allows us to connect on a deeper level. This openness brings a sense of intimacy, a reminder that true connection requires honesty and courage. By being vulnerable, we create a relationship that is rich and meaningful, a place where both people feel safe to be their true selves. Harmony in relationships reminds us to focus on the present rather than holding on to past grievances. Often, we carry old hurts, allowing them to affect our current interactions. But by letting go of these past resentments, we create a space for healing and growth. This focus on the present brings a sense of freedom, a reminder that we don't need to let past conflicts define our relationships. By staying present, we allow each moment to be a new beginning, a fresh opportunity to connect with understanding and compassion. Exploring the harmony found in relationships, we now move to a truth that transcends the individual bonds we form, the understanding that all life is interconnected. This perspective urges us to see beyond the illusion of separation, beyond the boundaries that we often place between ourselves and others. Recognizing our unity with all life is more than a philosophical idea. It's a transformative way of being that allows us to approach the world with a profound sense of compassion, humility, and connection. In realizing that we are part of an intricate web of existence, our actions and thoughts gain new meaning. We begin to understand that our well-being is tied to the well-being of everything around us. This shift in perspective fosters a deeper respect for all forms of life, a respect that can profoundly change how we experience the world. The illusion of separation begins to dissolve when we recognize that each being, no matter how different they may seem, shares the same essential needs for survival, connection, and growth. This shared experience is a foundation that connects us all, a reminder that beneath our external differences there lies a common thread. By seeing ourselves in others, we move away from isolation and towards empathy, understanding that each person, animal, and living thing is an expression of life's vastness. This connection brings a sense of unity, a reminder that we are not separate fragments, but parts of a greater whole. Recognizing our unity with all life allows us to act with compassion. When we see others as part of ourselves, kindness becomes a natural response rather than a forced action. This compassion is not limited to those who are close to us. It extends to all beings, to strangers, to animals, and to the natural world. This universal compassion brings a sense of peace, a reminder that by caring for others, we are ultimately caring for ourselves. This understanding transforms our actions, as we no longer act solely for personal gain, but for the well-being of the collective. Seeing through the illusion of separation helps us to embrace humility. Often we see ourselves as independent entities, separate from the world around us. But in recognizing our interconnectedness, we understand that we are not isolated beings, but parts of an intricate web. This humility is not about diminishing our worth. It's about seeing ourselves as one part of a larger ecosystem. This perspective brings a sense of respect, a reminder that each being has a role to play, that our lives are enriched by the existence of others. This humility allows us to approach life with an open heart, ready to learn from all that surrounds us. In realizing our unity with all life, we find a deeper sense of purpose. When we see ourselves as part of a larger whole, our actions gain new meaning. We begin to understand that our choices impact not only ourselves, but the world around us. This responsibility is not a burden, it is a gift, a reminder that we have the power to contribute positively to the world. This sense of purpose brings a feeling of fulfillment, a reminder that our lives are not isolated, but are woven into the fabric of existence. By living with intention, we honor this connection, creating a life that is meaningful and enriching. Recognizing our unity with all life invites us to practice gratitude. Often, we take for granted the interconnectedness that sustains us, the plants that provide oxygen, the animals that contribute to the ecosystem, the people who support us. By appreciating this web of connection, we cultivate a sense of gratitude that goes beyond ourselves. This gratitude is not about specific blessings. It's a deep appreciation for the intricate network of life that allows us to thrive. This gratitude brings a sense of wonder, a reminder that we are supported in countless ways by the world around us. Seeing through the illusion of separation encourages us to care for the natural world. When we recognize that we are part of the environment, not separate from it, we begin to treat it with respect and responsibility. This care is not about sacrifice, it's about understanding that our well-being is tied to the health of the planet. This respect for nature brings a sense of harmony, a reminder that by caring for the earth, we are ultimately caring for ourselves and future generations. This commitment to the environment is a reflection of our unity with all life, a reminder that we are not mere observers, but active participants in the ecosystem. Realizing our connection with all life fosters a sense of empathy. When we see others as extensions of ourselves, their joys and sorrows resonate with us on a deeper level. This empathy is not limited to those who are similar to us. It extends to all beings, regardless of their background or beliefs. This empathy brings a sense of closeness, a reminder that we are all walking our own paths, each of us facing unique challenges and experiences. By practicing empathy, we create a world that is more compassionate and understanding, a world where each being feels valued and seen. Seeing beyond the illusion of separation invites us to release judgment. Often, we judge others because we see them as different or separate from ourselves. But when we recognize our shared humanity, we realize that each person is navigating their own journey just as we are. This understanding brings a sense of acceptance, a reminder that we don't need to impose our own standards on others. By releasing judgment, we create a space where each person feels free to be themselves, a space that fosters growth and connection rather than division. Recognizing our unity with all life encourages us to practice kindness. When we see others as part of ourselves, kindness becomes a natural expression of this understanding. This kindness is not conditional, it is given freely, without expecting anything in return. This act of kindness brings a sense of fulfillment, a reminder that by lifting others, we lift ourselves. By practicing kindness, we create a ripple effect, a wave of positivity that extends beyond our immediate interactions, touching the lives of many. Seeing through the illusion of separation fosters a sense of peace. When we view ourselves as separate, we often feel a need to protect or defend our own interests. But in recognizing our unity with all life, we find a sense of security that does not depend on division. This peace is a quiet strength, a reminder that we are part of a larger whole, supported by the collective energy of life itself. This inner peace brings a sense of calm, allowing us to approach each moment with a steady heart, free from the need for constant vigilance or competition. Recognizing our unity with all life encourages us to act with integrity. When we see ourselves as part of a greater whole, we understand that our actions have far-reaching consequences. This awareness motivates us to act with honesty and responsibility, knowing that each choice we make impacts not only ourselves, but the world around us. This integrity is a source of strength, a reminder that by living in alignment with our values, we contribute to the well-being of the collective. This commitment to integrity brings a sense of pride, a reminder that we are capable of making choices that honor our connection to all life. Seeing beyond the illusion of separation allows us to experience life with a sense of wonder. When we recognize our connection to all life, each interaction becomes an opportunity to learn and grow. We begin to see the beauty in diversity, the richness that comes from engaging with different perspectives and experiences. This wonder brings a sense of excitement, a reminder that life is filled with endless possibilities. By embracing this diversity, we create a life that is vibrant and fulfilling, a life that reflects the beauty of our interconnectedness. In recognizing our unity with all life, we find the strength to face challenges with resilience. When we feel isolated, life's difficulties can seem overwhelming. But by seeing ourselves as part of a larger whole, we draw strength from the collective energy of life. This resilience is not about ignoring our struggles. It's about understanding that we are supported, that we are never truly alone. This sense of connection brings a feeling of empowerment, a reminder that we have the resources within and around us to overcome any challenge. Realizing our unity with all life encourages us to live with purpose. When we see ourselves as part of a greater whole, our actions gain new meaning. We begin to understand that each choice we make has an impact, that we have the power to contribute positively to the world. This sense of purpose brings a sense of fulfillment, a reminder that our lives are not isolated, but are woven into the fabric of existence. By living with intention, we honor this connection, creating a life that is meaningful and enriching. Seeing through the illusion of separation inspires us to seek harmony rather than conflict. When we view others as extensions of ourselves, we approach interactions with a desire for understanding and cooperation. This harmony is not about suppressing our own needs. It's about finding solutions that honor the well-being of all involved. This commitment to harmony brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we are capable of resolving differences without division. By fostering harmony, we create a world that is more inclusive and compassionate. Recognizing our unity with all life encourages us to be mindful of our impact on the world. Each action, no matter how small, creates ripples that extend far beyond our immediate surroundings. This mindfulness is not about perfection. It's about making choices that reflect our values and respect the interconnectedness of life. This awareness brings a sense of responsibility, a reminder that we have the power to contribute to the well-being of the collective. By acting with mindfulness, we create a life that is aligned with our understanding of unity, a life that reflects our commitment to all life. Seeing beyond the illusion of separation allows us to appreciate the beauty of life in all its forms. Each being, each moment, is a unique expression of life's vastness. This appreciation is not limited to those who are similar to us. It extends to all beings, each of whom adds richness to the world. This sense of wonder brings a feeling of gratitude, a reminder that life is a gift, an opportunity to experience the diversity of existence. By embracing this diversity, we create a life that is filled with joy and appreciation, a life that honors the unity of all life. Recognizing our unity with all life teaches us to let go of the need for constant control. Often, we feel a need to protect ourselves by controlling our surroundings. But in understanding our interconnectedness, we realize that we are supported, that we are part of a larger whole. This release of control brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we can trust in the natural flow of life. This trust allows us to move through life with a sense of ease, free from the need for constant vigilance or worry. Seeing through the illusion of separation helps us to find balance in our lives. When we view ourselves as part of a greater whole, we understand that our well-being is connected to the well-being of all life. This balance is not about sacrifice. It's about recognizing that by caring for ourselves, we are also caring for others. This sense of unity brings a feeling of harmony, a reminder that we don't need to choose between ourselves and others, that our actions can honor both. By finding this balance, we create a life that is sustainable and fulfilling. Recognizing our unity with all life encourages us to approach each moment with an open heart. When we see others as part of ourselves, we are able to engage with love and compassion. This openness is not about vulnerability. It's about embracing each interaction with sincerity and respect. This openness brings a sense of connection, a reminder that love is not limited, but is an expression of our shared humanity. By approaching life with an open heart, we create relationships that are rich and meaningful, relationships that reflect the unity of all life. Having uncovered the unity that connects all life, we are led to an awareness that naturally invites us towards simplicity. When we see ourselves as part of a larger whole, the need for excess begins to lose its appeal. Instead, we are drawn toward what truly matters, toward the essentials that bring genuine fulfillment. Embracing simplicity is not about deprivation. It's a choice to let go of what weighs us down, to create space for experiences and relationships that enrich us. In choosing simplicity, we find a freedom that is often obscured by the clutter of excess. This journey into simplicity is a return to clarity, a rediscovery of joy in the essentials, and a deepening appreciation for the beauty of life as it is. Embracing simplicity starts with recognizing the value of less. In a world that often equates success with accumulation, choosing to live with less is a radical act of self-awareness. By focusing on what we truly need, we create a life that is filled with meaning rather than possessions. This shift allows us to invest our time and energy in experiences that nourish us, rather than in the endless pursuit of material wealth. This approach brings a sense of freedom, a reminder that joy is found not in the abundance of things, but in the quality of our experiences. Simplicity invites us to focus on what truly matters. Often, our lives are filled with distractions, tasks, objects, and obligations that do not contribute to our well-being. By letting go of these distractions, we create space for the things that genuinely enrich us. This focus allows us to live more intentionally, to make choices that reflect our values rather than societal pressures. This intentionality brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we do not need to fill every moment or space with activity or possessions to feel fulfilled. In embracing simplicity, we learn to value quality over quantity. Whether in relationships, possessions, or experiences, focusing on quality allows us to engage more deeply with each aspect of our lives. This approach is not about scarcity. It's about choosing what truly brings joy and meaning. This shift from quantity to quality brings a sense of satisfaction, a reminder that a few meaningful connections or well-loved items can bring more happiness than a multitude of superficial ones. Letting go of excess also teaches us to find contentment in the present. Often, we accumulate in the hope that more will make us happy, but by focusing on the essentials, we realize that contentment is not something we need to chase. It's already within our reach. This contentment brings a sense of calm, a reminder that we have enough as we are, without needing to constantly acquire more. By embracing the present, we discover that simplicity allows us to appreciate life as it is, without the need for constant improvement or accumulation. Choosing simplicity encourages us to appreciate the small things. When our lives are not cluttered with excess, we begin to notice the beauty in everyday moments: a cup of tea, a walk in nature, a conversation with a friend. This appreciation for the small things brings a sense of joy that is grounded and lasting, a reminder that happiness is not found in grand achievements, but in the simple pleasures of life. By finding joy in the small things, we create a life that is rich and fulfilling, a life that reflects our true values. Simplicity allows us to create space for what is truly meaningful. When our lives are filled with unnecessary possessions or commitments, we often feel overwhelmed. But by letting go of what is not essential, we free up time and energy for the things that matter most. This space brings a sense of relief, a reminder that we do not need to be constantly busy or burdened to live a fulfilling life. This simplicity is a gift, a chance to focus on what brings us joy and purpose, without the distractions of excess. In embracing simplicity, we learn to let go of comparison. Often, we accumulate things because we feel the need to keep up with others. But by choosing simplicity, we free ourselves from this cycle of comparison. We begin to live according to our own values, rather than trying to match others' lifestyles. This freedom from comparison brings a sense of confidence, a reminder that we do not need to measure our worth by what we own. By living simply, we create a life that is true to ourselves, a life that reflects our unique path. Choosing simplicity helps us to cultivate gratitude. When we are not constantly seeking more, we are able to appreciate what we already have. This gratitude is not about complacency. It's about recognizing the abundance in our lives as they are. This sense of gratitude brings a feeling of peace, a reminder that we have enough, that we are enough. By focusing on what we have rather than what we lack, we create a life that is filled with contentment and appreciation. Simplicity teaches us to value time over possessions. Often we spend our lives accumulating things, only to realize that the true gift is time itself. By choosing simplicity, we free up our time for experiences, relationships, and activities that bring us joy. This focus on time rather than possessions brings a sense of fulfillment, a reminder that life's most precious moments cannot be bought. This awareness allows us to live more fully, investing in what truly enriches our lives. In embracing simplicity, we find freedom from the burden of maintenance. Each possession, each commitment requires energy and attention. By letting go of what is not essential, we reduce the time and effort needed to maintain our lives. This reduction brings a sense of ease, a reminder that we do not need to be constantly managing or organizing to live well. This simplicity allows us to focus on what matters most, free from the distractions and obligations that often come with excess. Simplicity allows us to create a life that is aligned with our values. When we are not overwhelmed by possessions or obligations, we have the clarity to make choices that reflect who we truly are. This alignment brings a sense of integrity, a reminder that we can live a life that is true to ourselves without needing to conform to external pressures. By choosing simplicity, we create a life that is authentic, a life that honors our unique values and priorities. Choosing simplicity encourages us to connect more deeply with others. Often, excess creates distance as we become focused on accumulating rather than connecting. But by letting go of this need for more, we create space for meaningful relationships. This focus on connection over accumulation brings a sense of joy, a reminder that true wealth is found in the quality of our relationships, not in the quantity of our possessions. By embracing simplicity, we create a life that is rich in connection, a life that reflects our desire for meaningful interaction. In embracing simplicity, we learn to let go of the fear of missing out. Often, we accumulate because we worry that we might miss something valuable. But by focusing on the essentials, we realize that we already have what we need. This release from the fear of missing out brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we are complete as we are. This confidence allows us to live without the constant need to seek more, trusting that what we have is enough. Simplicity allows us to appreciate nature. Often our lives are filled with artificial distractions, making it difficult to connect with the natural world. But by letting go of excess, we create space to engage with nature, to find joy in its beauty and simplicity. This connection with nature brings a sense of grounding, a reminder that life's true beauty is found in its natural forms, not in artificial constructs. By embracing simplicity, we reconnect with the earth, finding a sense of peace in its rhythm and beauty. Choosing simplicity teaches us to live with intention. When our lives are not cluttered with excess, we are able to make choices that reflect our true desires and values. This intentionality brings a sense of purpose, a reminder that we do not need to be constantly consuming to find fulfillment. By living with intention, we create a life that is meaningful, a life that reflects our commitment to what truly matters. Simplicity encourages us to find joy in experiences rather than possessions. Often, we accumulate things in the hope that they will bring us happiness. But by focusing on experiences, we create memories that are lasting and meaningful. This shift brings a sense of fulfillment, a reminder that life's greatest joys are found in connection, adventure, and discovery. By choosing experiences over possessions, we create a life that is rich in memories, a life that reflects our desire for depth over accumulation. Embracing simplicity allows us to live with less stress. Each possession, each obligation creates a responsibility. By letting go of what is not essential, we reduce the stress that comes with managing our lives. This release from stress brings a sense of calm, a reminder that we do not need to be constantly busy or burdened to live a meaningful life. This simplicity is a source of peace, a reminder that less truly can be more. In choosing simplicity, we learn to let go of the need for approval. Often, we accumulate to impress others, hoping that our possessions or achievements will earn us respect. But by living simply, we free ourselves from this need for validation. This freedom brings a sense of confidence, a reminder that our worth is not determined by what we own. By letting go of the need for approval, we create a life that is true to ourselves, a life that reflects our own values rather than others' expectations. Simplicity encourages us to be present. When our lives are not filled with distractions, we are able to engage fully with each moment. This presence brings a sense of joy, a reminder that happiness is found in the here and now, not in the constant pursuit of more. By living simply, we create a life that is grounded in the present, a life that reflects our desire for authenticity and connection. In embracing simplicity, we learn to appreciate ourselves as we are. Often, we seek to fill voids with possessions or achievements, hoping that they will make us feel complete. But by focusing on the essentials, we realize that we are enough as we are. This self-acceptance brings a sense of peace, a reminder that our worth is inherent, independent of what we own or achieve. This simplicity is a gift, a chance to appreciate ourselves without the need for constant improvement or validation. From the grounded simplicity that fills us with contentment, we now turn to a concept that deepens this connection to life, living according to nature through the pursuit of virtue, or T. This path, illuminated by Stoic wisdom and rooted in the teachings of ancient philosophy, encourages us to align our actions, thoughts, and character with the natural order. Virtue here is not about lofty ideals, but about embodying integrity, courage, and compassion in a way that harmonizes with the world around us. T, the inner power of virtue, guides us to live with purpose, resilience, and clarity. In learning to cultivate virtue as our guide, we discover a life that is not only balanced, but also fulfilling. This journey reveals a deep reservoir of wisdom within, showing us how to live in accordance with nature, a state where we find true strength and peace. Living according to nature begins with an understanding of virtue as a guide to right action. Virtue is not about perfection, but about striving to align our actions with our highest values. This alignment brings a sense of integrity, a reminder that we can live in a way that reflects our true character. By embracing virtue, we create a foundation for choices that bring harmony both within ourselves and in our relationships with others. This path is not always easy, but it is rewarding, leading us to a life that is rich in meaning and purpose. Virtue invites us to cultivate wisdom. Wisdom is the ability to see things clearly, to understand the deeper truths of life rather than getting lost in superficial pursuits. This clarity allows us to make choices that are thoughtful and aligned with our values. By seeking wisdom, we gain a perspective that helps us navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience. This pursuit is not about knowing everything, but about approaching each situation with an open and discerning mind. This wisdom becomes a compass, guiding us through both joy and sorrow with a steady heart. The practice of virtue encourages us to develop courage. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the ability to act in alignment with our values, even when it's difficult. This strength allows us to face life's challenges without shrinking from them, confident in our ability to persevere. By cultivating courage, we learn to stand firm in our beliefs, to pursue what is right, even when it's uncomfortable. This courage is a quiet strength, a reminder that we are capable of overcoming obstacles without losing our integrity. This virtue brings a sense of empowerment, a reminder that we have the inner resources to face whatever comes our way. Virtue also guides us toward compassion. Compassion is the ability to see others with empathy, to understand and respect their experiences. This kindness is not about pity, it's about recognizing our shared humanity and treating others with respect and care. By practicing compassion, we create connections that are genuine and supportive, relationships that reflect our values. This compassion is a gift, a reminder that love and understanding are at the heart of a meaningful life. This virtue helps us build a world that is more caring and inclusive, a world where each person feels valued. Living according to nature invites us to practice patience. Patience is the ability to wait without frustration, to allow things to unfold in their own time. This virtue teaches us that not everything needs to be rushed, that life has its own rhythm. By embracing patience, we find a sense of calm, a reminder that we don't need to force outcomes. This patience brings a sense of ease, allowing us to enjoy the journey without constantly seeking the destination. This approach fosters a deep appreciation for each moment, a reminder that life is to be experienced fully, not hurried through. The power of tea encourages us to live with humility. Humility is the recognition that we are part of a larger whole, that our individual experiences are but one piece of a vast world. This understanding allows us to approach life with a sense of wonder and openness, free from arrogance. By practicing humility, we see that each person, each experience, has something to teach us. This humility brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we don't need to have all the answers. This virtue allows us to approach life with an open heart, ready to learn and grow. Virtue also fosters integrity. Integrity is the alignment of our actions with our values, the consistency between what we believe and how we behave. This alignment brings a sense of authenticity, a reminder that we can live in a way that is true to ourselves. By practicing integrity, we create a life that is honest and transparent, a life that reflects our commitment to our beliefs. This integrity is a source of strength, a reminder that we do not need to compromise our values to find acceptance or success. Living in accordance with nature encourages us to practice self-control. Self-control is the ability to manage our impulses, to act with intention rather than reaction. This discipline is not about denying ourselves. It's about making choices that reflect our long-term well-being rather than momentary desires. By practicing self-control, we create a life that is balanced, a life that is guided by our values rather than by fleeting impulses. This self-discipline brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we are capable of making choices that honor our true selves. The power of tea also leads us to practice gratitude. Gratitude is the recognition of the blessings in our lives, an appreciation for what we have rather than a focus on what we lack. This gratitude is not about ignoring challenges. It's about finding joy in the present moment. By practicing gratitude, we create a life that is rich in appreciation, a life that honors the abundance around us. This gratitude brings a sense of fulfillment, a reminder that happiness is found not in accumulation but in appreciation. Virtue encourages us to live with purpose. Purpose is the guiding force that gives our lives direction, the motivation that drives us to contribute to the world in meaningful ways. This purpose is not about achieving fame or wealth. It's about making a positive impact, no matter how small. By living with purpose, we create a life that is meaningful, a life that reflects our commitment to our values. This purpose brings a sense of fulfillment, a reminder that our actions have significance, that we are capable of creating change. Living according to nature invites us to embrace simplicity. Simplicity is the choice to focus on what truly matters, to let go of distractions and excess. This simplicity brings a sense of clarity, a reminder that we do not need to complicate our lives to find joy. By embracing simplicity, we create a life that is grounded and intentional, a life that reflects our desire for peace and contentment. This simplicity is a gift, a reminder that happiness is found in the essentials, not in the abundance of things. The power of tea teaches us to act with kindness. Kindness is the choice to treat others with respect and care, to offer support without expecting anything in return. This kindness is a reflection of our understanding of our shared humanity, a reminder that each person deserves to be treated with compassion. By practicing kindness, we create a life that is filled with positive connections, a life that reflects our desire for a world that is more caring and inclusive. This kindness brings a sense of joy, a reminder that by lifting others, we lift ourselves. Virtue encourages us to pursue knowledge. Knowledge is the foundation of wisdom, the understanding that allows us to make informed and thoughtful choices. This pursuit of knowledge is not about accumulating information. It's about seeking a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us. By valuing knowledge, we create a life that is filled with curiosity and growth, a life that reflects our commitment to learning. This knowledge brings a sense of empowerment, a reminder that we are capable of expanding our understanding and improving our lives. Living according to nature fosters resilience. Resilience is the strength to face challenges without losing hope, the ability to persevere even when things are difficult. This resilience is not about ignoring our struggles. It's about finding the courage to move forward despite them. By cultivating resilience, we create a life that is strong and capable, a life that reflects our determination to overcome obstacles. This resilience brings a sense of confidence, a reminder that we are capable of facing life's challenges with grace and strength. The power of tea leads us to practice forgiveness. Forgiveness is the choice to release resentment, to let go of past hurts in order to find peace. This forgiveness is not about condoning harmful behavior. It's about freeing ourselves from the burden of holding on to anger. By practicing forgiveness, we create a life that is filled with compassion, a life that honors our desire for peace and healing. This forgiveness brings a sense of relief, a reminder that we do not need to carry the weight of past grievances. Virtue teaches us to act with honesty. Honesty is the choice to be truthful, to speak and act in a way that reflects our commitment to integrity. This honesty is not about brutal truth. It's about being transparent and sincere. By practicing honesty, we create a life that is open and authentic, a life that reflects our commitment to truth. This honesty brings a sense of trust, a reminder that we can build relationships that are strong and genuine. Living according to nature encourages us to be adaptable. Adaptability is the ability to adjust to change without losing our sense of purpose. This flexibility is not about abandoning our values. It's about finding ways to stay true to ourselves even when circumstances shift. By practicing adaptability, we create a life that is resilient, a life that reflects our ability to navigate life's changes with grace. This adaptability brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we do not need to resist change to find stability. The power of tea teaches us to live with openness. Openness is the willingness to consider new ideas, to approach each experience with curiosity rather than judgment. This openness is not about accepting everything without discernment. It's about being willing to learn and grow. By practicing openness, we create a life that is rich in experiences, a life that reflects our desire for growth and understanding. This openness brings a sense of excitement, a reminder that life is filled with endless possibilities. Virtue encourages us to act with respect. Respect is the choice to honor others, to treat them with dignity and consideration. This respect is not limited to those who are similar to us. It extends to all beings, each of whom has inherent worth. By practicing respect, we create a life that is inclusive, a life that reflects our commitment to treating others with kindness. This respect brings a sense of harmony, a reminder that each person is a valuable part of the world. Living according to nature invites us to embrace joy. Joy is the ability to find happiness in the present moment, to appreciate life as it is. This joy is not about constant happiness. It's about finding beauty in each experience, no matter how small. By embracing joy, we create a life that is filled with gratitude and appreciation, a life that reflects our commitment to living fully. This joy brings a sense of fulfillment, a reminder that happiness is found not in grand achievements, but in the simple pleasures of life. In the journey of virtue, we find a path that leads us to a life of depth and meaning. Trust flows naturally from the path of virtue, where our alignment with our inner values draws us closer to a sense of unity with life itself. Here, we uncover a profound truth. The trust we cultivate within becomes the foundation for trusting the world around us. This trust is not blind. It is a steady, deep-seated faith that emerges from knowing ourselves fully and accepting life as it is. By building self-trust, we open the door to a broader oneness, where the lines between self and life blur, revealing a connection that transcends the individual. In discovering trust as a path to oneness, we realize that by embracing who we are, we naturally embrace all of existence, finding harmony in every aspect of life. Trusting ourselves begins with self-acceptance. True self-trust arises from an understanding that we are enough as we are, without needing to prove or change ourselves for validation. This acceptance forms the basis of a deep inner peace, allowing us to face life with confidence. By embracing our unique strengths and acknowledging our limitations, we create a solid foundation for self-trust. This acceptance is a gentle reminder that we are whole, that trust in ourselves comes not from perfection, but from a willingness to be authentic. Through self-acceptance, we find that trust becomes a natural part of our being, a quiet strength that resonates within. Building self-trust teaches us resilience. When we trust ourselves, we know that we can handle whatever life brings, that our inner strength is enough to face challenges. This resilience is not about ignoring difficulty. It is about believing in our capacity to navigate it. By facing adversity with trust in our own abilities, we develop a confidence that is unshakable. This resilience is a source of peace, a reminder that we are equipped to handle life's storms without losing our sense of self. In each challenge, we find an opportunity to deepen our trust, to reinforce our belief in our own strength. Self-trust invites us to release the need for external validation. When we are secure in our own worth, we no longer seek approval from others to feel whole. This release from validation is liberating, a reminder that we do not need others' opinions to define our value. By trusting ourselves, we allow our inner voice to be our guide, rather than relying on external affirmations. This freedom brings a sense of peace, a quiet assurance that we are enough on our own. In trusting ourselves, we find a life that is rooted in authenticity, a life that reflects our true nature. Trusting ourselves allows us to be fully present. When we are not doubting or second-guessing our actions, we can engage with each moment wholeheartedly. This presence brings a sense of joy, a reminder that life is meant to be experienced fully, not filtered through layers of self-doubt. By trusting ourselves, we give ourselves permission to live with openness, unburdened by worry or hesitation. This presence enriches our experience, allowing us to connect deeply with the world around us. In each moment of trust, we find a deeper connection to life, a reminder that we are part of a greater whole. Self-trust encourages us to embrace vulnerability. Trusting ourselves means allowing ourselves to be open, even when it feels uncomfortable. This vulnerability is not a weakness. It is a testament to our courage and self-assurance. By embracing vulnerability, we build a life that is honest and transparent, a life that reflects our commitment to authenticity. This vulnerability is a source of strength, a reminder that we do not need to hide our true selves to be accepted. Through self-trust, we discover that vulnerability connects us more deeply to others, creating bonds that are genuine and lasting. In trusting ourselves, we find the courage to take risks. Self-trust gives us the confidence to step into the unknown, to pursue dreams and goals without fear of failure. This courage is not about recklessness. It is about believing in our ability to navigate whatever comes our way. By taking risks with self-trust, we create a life that is vibrant and expansive, a life that reflects our willingness to grow. This courage brings a sense of excitement, a reminder that life's possibilities are endless when we believe in ourselves. Each risk becomes a step toward growth, a testament to our faith in our own strength. Self-trust allows us to forgive ourselves. When we trust ourselves, we are able to view our mistakes with compassion, recognizing that they are part of the journey. This forgiveness is not about ignoring accountability. It is about releasing guilt and embracing growth. By forgiving ourselves, we free ourselves from the weight of past regrets, creating space for self-acceptance. This forgiveness brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we are worthy of kindness, even from ourselves. Through self-trust, we learn that forgiveness is a pathway to healing, a chance to renew our commitment to living authentically. Trusting ourselves also teaches us patience. When we trust our journey, we allow ourselves to move at our own pace, without the need for constant progress or achievement. This patience is a source of peace, a reminder that we do not need to rush to prove ourselves. By honoring our own timing, we create a life that is balanced and sustainable, a life that reflects our commitment to self-care. This patience is a gift, a reminder that growth is a journey, not a race. Through self-trust, we find the courage to embrace each step, confident that we are exactly where we need to be. Self-trust invites us to set boundaries. When we trust ourselves, we know our worth and honor our needs without guilt. This ability to set boundaries is a form of self-respect, a reminder that we do not need to sacrifice ourselves for others. By setting boundaries, we create a life that is balanced and supportive, a life that reflects our commitment to our well-being. This respect for our own limits brings a sense of empowerment, a reminder that we are capable of protecting our energy. Through self-trust, we learn that boundaries are not walls, but expressions of self-care. Trusting ourselves helps us to be decisive. When we are secure in our own judgment, we are able to make choices without overthinking or seeking constant reassurance. This decisiveness is a source of confidence, a reminder that we are capable of guiding our own lives. By trusting our own judgment, we create a life that is intentional, a life that reflects our commitment to our path. This decisiveness brings a sense of empowerment, a reminder that we do not need to waver or doubt ourselves. Through self-trust, we find the strength to make choices that honor our true desires. Self-trust allows us to embrace change. When we trust ourselves, we are able to adapt to new circumstances without losing our sense of stability. This adaptability is a reflection of our inner confidence, a reminder that we are capable of facing the unknown. By embracing change with trust, we create a life that is resilient, a life that reflects our commitment to growth. This flexibility brings a sense of peace, a reminder that change is a natural part of life. Through self-trust, we find the courage to welcome new experiences, confident in our ability to navigate them. Trusting ourselves helps us to stay true to our values. When we are secure in our own beliefs, we do not feel pressured to conform or compromise. This alignment with our values is a reflection of our integrity, a reminder that we are capable of standing firm. By staying true to our values, we create a life that is authentic, a life that reflects our commitment to honesty. This consistency brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we do not need to sacrifice our principles to find acceptance. Through self-trust, we find the strength to live according to our values, even when it is challenging. Self-trust invites us to listen to our intuition. When we trust ourselves, we are able to tune into our inner guidance, making choices that feel aligned with our true selves. This intuition is a source of wisdom, a reminder that we have an inner compass that knows the way. By following our intuition, we create a life that is authentic and fulfilling, a life that reflects our commitment to our own path. This guidance brings a sense of clarity, a reminder that we are capable of navigating life with confidence. Through self-trust, we find the courage to honor our inner voice, knowing that it speaks from a place of truth. In trusting ourselves, we learn to embrace uncertainty. Life is filled with unknowns, and when we trust ourselves, we are able to face them without fear. This acceptance of uncertainty is a reflection of our resilience, a reminder that we do not need to have all the answers to move forward. By embracing uncertainty with trust, we create a life that is adventurous and open, a life that reflects our willingness to explore. This openness brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we are capable of handling whatever comes our way. Through self-trust, we find the strength to embrace the unknown, confident in our ability to adapt. Self-trust encourages us to be compassionate with ourselves. When we trust ourselves, we are able to treat ourselves with kindness, even in moments of difficulty. This compassion is a source of healing, a reminder that we deserve our own care and understanding. By practicing self-compassion, we create a life that is nurturing, a life that reflects our commitment to self-love. This kindness brings a sense of peace, a reminder that we do not need to be hard on ourselves to grow. Through self-trust, we learn that compassion is the foundation of self-care, a reminder that we are worthy of our own kindness. Trusting ourselves allows us to live with purpose. When we are secure in our own direction, we are able to pursue our goals with confidence and focus. This sense of purpose is a source of fulfillment, a reminder that we are capable of creating a life that is meaningful. By living with purpose, we create a life that is intentional and driven, a life that reflects our commitment to making a positive impact. This purpose brings a sense of joy, a reminder that we are capable of achieving our dreams. Through self-trust, we find the motivation to pursue our passions, confident in our ability to succeed. Self-trust also teaches us to celebrate our progress. When we trust ourselves, we are able to recognize our achievements without dismissing them. This celebration is a source of pride, a reminder that we are capable of growth and success. By honoring our progress, we create a life that is filled with joy and accomplishment, a life that reflects our commitment to self-respect. This recognition brings a sense of fulfillment, a reminder that we are worthy of celebrating our journey. Through self-trust, we find the courage to acknowledge our strengths, to honor our path with pride. As we delve deeper, think about this. Life has an uncanny way of introducing struggles that seem insurmountable. Not just hurdles or small inconveniences, but the kind of difficulties that challenge your core, demanding a response you might not feel ready to give. The Stoic and Taoist approaches teach us that these moments, rather than derailing our path, can serve as powerful catalysts for growth. When we learn to face such challenges with a flow state, life transforms. Suddenly, adversity shifts from a brute force to an ally, one that guides, molds, and reveals strength you may have overlooked. There's a kind of magic in embracing adversity without resistance. It's not about pretending life is easier than it is, or ignoring the weight of struggles, but rather allowing yourself to experience the fullness of those moments without letting them crush you. In Stoicism, this concept of resilience is deeply tied to letting go of attachment to outcomes, while Taoism's Wu-Wei philosophy teaches us to move with the natural flow of things rather than against them. These philosophies aren't about passivity, they're about creating a dynamic inner strength that isn't contingent on external stability. At its core, facing life's challenges with a flow state is about adopting a stance that is both unyielding and adaptable. It's an art form, a way of navigating the world that embraces the entire spectrum of experience without letting any single event, person, or setback dictate your course. Picture an ancient tree, roots deeply entrenched, branches swaying gracefully with the wind. The roots represent your unwavering core principles, while the branches reflect your ability to adjust, bend, and respond to life's unforeseen gusts. This is what it means to flow in adversity. Let's begin with stillness. In challenging situations, it's tempting to act immediately, to fix, resolve, and eliminate discomfort as quickly as possible. But in the stillness, you find clarity. When you pause, even briefly, you create a mental space that allows you to observe the situation without judgment or panic. This space isn't empty. It's a potent silence where insights emerge, revealing paths and possibilities you might otherwise miss in a rush to solve the issue. The Stoics believed that this pause was essential. It's where calm meets courage, where perspective takes root. Rather than allowing the mind to become a battlefield, you can foster an internal calm that brings a sense of groundedness, even amid turmoil. Imagine the power of meeting a significant challenge with poise, understanding that while you may not control the situation, you absolutely control your response to it. This is the heart of Stoic resilience, the strength to choose your inner experience regardless of the external one. When challenges arise, the mind's first reaction is often resistance, but the flow state encourages an alternative: acceptance. Not passive surrender, but an openness that says, yes, this is my reality right now. How can I navigate it with grace? As you cultivate this response, you discover that peace isn't about the absence of problems, but about handling them with wisdom and composure. When adversity feels overwhelming, recognize that it's not the problem itself that has the power, it's the meaning you assign to it. The Stoics were experts at reframing challenges, viewing each setback as a potential stepping stone. They taught that obstacles don't block the path. They are the path. Every challenge is a chance to grow, to deepen understanding, to build inner strength. The power lies in how you perceive and approach each difficulty. When you encounter an obstacle, consider it an invitation to understand yourself better. Instead of seeing adversity as something imposed upon you, view it as part of a larger narrative where each struggle is a line in your personal story of growth. This perspective doesn't erase difficulty, but repositions it, making room for resilience. It allows you to face situations that once felt impossible with a mindset that sees beyond immediate discomfort. With this perspective shift, life's trials become less daunting. You stop seeing them as threats and start viewing them as tests, not of your worth, but of your adaptability and courage. The Taoist approach is especially helpful here, emphasizing the importance of non-resistance. To flow doesn't mean to abandon your goals, but to allow flexibility in your journey toward them. When obstacles arise, your path might need to change, but your vision remains intact. This acceptance opens doors to new ways of achieving what you set out to accomplish. Understanding that change is constant makes every adversity a bit lighter. The illusion of control is often at the root of suffering, believing that life should or must go according to a certain script. Letting go of this need for control doesn't mean abandoning direction, but embracing the reality that life is dynamic and unpredictable. In accepting this truth, you'll find an incredible freedom that transforms challenges into opportunities. You're not fighting the flow, you're moving within it, adapting, learning, and growing. This adaptable mindset doesn't only change how you perceive external challenges, it shifts your internal landscape as well. You become more resilient, more capable of handling stress, because you no longer see it as a personal attack. Instead, you view it as a natural part of existence, something to engage with mindfully rather than resist. This doesn't mean complacency, but a proactive, engaged presence that seeks to learn and grow from each experience. In moments of hardship, it's easy to get lost in the mind's chatter. Worries, doubts, and fears can create a mental fog that obscures clarity. But practicing this inner flow helps you cut through that fog, allowing you to center yourself and approach the situation with calm focus. Rather than ruminating on worst-case scenarios, you can ground yourself in the present, recognizing that each moment offers its own unique response. This shift in awareness transforms the way you experience challenges. Suddenly, you're not as susceptible to the negative emotions that often accompany difficulty. You understand that while pain is inevitable, suffering is optional. It's the added layer of resistance that turns hardship into prolonged distress. By flowing with adversity, you release that resistance, experiencing the difficulty in a way that honors both your strength and your sensitivity. Developing this balance between strength and softness is a skill, one that becomes second nature with practice. Each time you face a challenge with flow, it reinforces the mindset that you are capable of handling life's fluctuations without losing yourself in them. You start to see challenges less as obstacles and more as exercises in resilience, each one refining your ability to remain steady, calm, and grounded. The Taoists often speak of water as a metaphor for resilience, noting its ability to adapt to any shape, to flow around any obstacle without losing its essence. In life, adopting this fluidity allows you to navigate the rocks in your path without becoming hardened or bitter. Instead of breaking under pressure, you move with it, each challenge sharpening your adaptability and deepening your wisdom. This adaptability becomes invaluable in relationships, work, and personal pursuits. When you approach others with this flow mindset, you're less likely to react impulsively or let minor conflicts turn into major issues. Instead, you cultivate a patience and understanding that sees beyond immediate emotions, recognizing the bigger picture. This creates space for deeper connections, where challenges become shared experiences rather than points of division. Adopting this flow state can make even the most daunting obstacles seem more manageable. By shifting your mindset from resistance to acceptance, you're not giving up on your goals, but approaching them with an open mind. You become more attuned to subtle shifts, finding opportunities where others see only dead ends. This awareness becomes a powerful tool, allowing you to turn setbacks into stepping stones toward growth. Each time you face adversity with flow, you build trust in yourself. You come to see that you have the inner resources to handle life's uncertainties without crumbling. This trust isn't blind optimism. It's a grounded confidence rooted in the knowledge that no matter what arises, you can meet it with resilience, wisdom, and calm. This trust in yourself extends to your interactions with others. When you're no longer reactive to challenges, people sense your steadiness, and it encourages them to adopt a similar approach. You become a source of calm in chaotic situations, inspiring others to find their own resilience and flow. In this way, your inner strength creates a ripple effect, enhancing not only your life, but the lives of those around you. Gradually, you start seeing life itself as a flow, an endless series of challenges and opportunities woven together. Each experience, whether pleasant or painful, contributes to a larger tapestry of growth. This perspective fosters a sense of gratitude for every part of the journey, recognizing that even adversity holds valuable lessons. In this flow state, your relationship with challenges shifts profoundly. They no longer feel like threats, but parts of life's natural rhythm, an ebb and flow that enriches your journey. With each obstacle, you grow stronger, more adaptable, and more connected to the deeper truths of existence. This journey toward resilience and flow becomes not only a way to navigate adversity, but a path to profound inner peace and fulfillment. As you master this art, you find that life's hardships no longer shake you as they once did. You have learned to dance with adversity, to face each challenge as an opportunity for growth, discovery, and transformation. You embody the Stoic and Taoist wisdom of resilience, carrying yourself with a grace that is as steady as it is powerful. This is the gift of facing challenges with a flow state, a life lived fully, with courage, calm, and unwavering purpose. Moving from facing challenges with resilience, we enter an equally profound realm, the the release of our need for recognition. Think about the invisible weight that the desire for approval adds to daily life. This pursuit of validation from others can shape choices, alter paths, and sometimes even overshadow true desires. The Stoic and Taoist teachings offer a way to unshackle ourselves from this dependency, cultivating a sense of contentment that exists independently of external validation. In learning to be content with who you are, without seeking constant approval, a new freedom unfolds, a lightness that allows life to flow with ease and joy. Seeking approval often starts as a survival instinct, rooted in our need for connection. Yet, when it dominates our sense of self, it can limit authenticity. As we release this need, we make space for a contentment that is steady and unaffected by others' opinions. Letting go of the urge for recognition doesn't mean that relationships or feedback lose significance. It means that their power over your self-worth diminishes. This is a journey back to inner stability, a grounded confidence that endures whether others see, approve, or applaud. True contentment requires a shift in perspective. Instead of viewing external praise as the source of validation, you learn to value your own quiet sense of fulfillment. The approval of others might feel gratifying in the moment, but it's transient. Contentment rooted within is lasting, unshaken by fluctuations in others' opinions. By stepping back from the need for recognition, you open up to a deeper satisfaction, one that is less about being seen and more about being whole. Picture a life where actions stem not from a desire to impress, but from a genuine alignment with inner values. This shift alters the motivation behind every choice, allowing authenticity to lead the way. When recognition is no longer a driving force, actions become purer, more intentional. You find yourself living for the joy of the experience rather than the anticipated response. This shift leads to a quiet confidence, a fulfillment that doesn't demand validation but rests peacefully in self-assurance. Releasing this need for recognition also means releasing expectations. Often, the desire for approval creates expectations that can lead to disappointment. When you detach from these, there's a newfound peace in letting life unfold. Each moment becomes an opportunity to engage fully, without the distraction of seeking others' acknowledgement. You start to see that contentment lies in the present moment, not in any future applause. When the need for recognition fades, something remarkable happens. You begin to notice yourself more. Free from the noise of external opinions, you connect with your inner voice, the one that knows your true desires and motivations. This connection is a gift, a deeper understanding that aligns your actions with your core values. Life becomes less about fitting into someone else's vision and more about honoring your own path. The freedom gained from letting go of approval seeking is transformative. It's a freedom that allows for mistakes without self-criticism, growth without fear, and expression without hesitation. When you are no longer bound by the opinions of others, there's room for genuine creativity, an uninhibited flow that brings out the best in you. This is the essence of contentment, a trust in yourself that doesn't depend on external endorsement. In practicing this release, relationships improve as well. When you're not seeking validation, interactions become more authentic, less burdened by the need to impress. You listen better, empathize more, and connect genuinely, not as someone striving to be seen, but as someone content in their presence. This authenticity attracts others who value you for who you are, not for the persona you project. As the need for recognition diminishes, you also begin to see the limits of praise. Praise can be fleeting, often conditional, and dependent on factors beyond control. Building self-worth on such a fragile foundation is unsustainable. Instead, anchoring in self-approval fosters resilience. This resilience isn't swayed by the changing tides of external judgment. It's a steady presence that stays with you, regardless of praise or critique. Another liberating effect of releasing recognition is that you become more open to failure. When actions are no longer driven by approval, the fear of failing fades. Instead, failure becomes an opportunity for learning, a natural part of growth that doesn't define your worth. This openness cultivates a mindset where each experience, whether success or failure, contributes to personal evolution rather than diminishing self-worth. In finding true contentment, there's a peace that permeates each moment. This peace isn't born from external validation, but from an inner sense of completeness. It's a sense that, in each moment, you are enough. This quiet assurance lets you engage in life fully, knowing that your worth is intrinsic, independent of others' recognition. With this, contentment becomes less of a fleeting emotion and more of a constant state. Without the need for recognition, you begin to redefine success. Success isn't measured by applause or admiration, but by alignment with your values. You no longer gauge achievements by external markers, but by how they resonate with your inner sense of purpose. This shift doesn't lessen ambition, it redirects it, making goals more meaningful, grounded in what truly matters. This inner alignment fosters a unique confidence. It's not the confidence of knowing others approve, but the self-assuredness that comes from living authentically. You're no longer swayed by trends, opinions, or pressures. Instead, you follow an inner compass, a guide that is unwavering, leading you towards a life that feels right, not because it's praised, but because it's true. As you continue releasing the need for recognition, you become less reactive to criticism as well. When approval is no longer a goal, criticism loses its sting. You're able to see feedback objectively as information rather than a reflection of worth. This approach allows for growth without defensiveness, embracing constructive criticism without taking it personally. Releasing recognition also brings clarity. Without the distraction of approval seeking, you see your desires, goals, and values with a fresh perspective. You begin to understand what truly matters to you, shedding the layers of societal expectations. This clarity leads to a more intentional life, one guided by personal values rather than external influences. In moments of solitude, this self-contentment deepens. Without the need for an audience, you find peace in simply being, in the quiet moments where no one is watching. This is where true contentment resides, in the realization that your worth doesn't require validation. This inner peace, nurtured in solitude, becomes a wellspring of strength, fueling a life of genuine fulfillment. As you journey further, you may notice how releasing the need for recognition affects decisions. Choices are no longer clouded by the fear of judgment or the lure of praise. Instead, each decision is made with a clear understanding of what resonates with your values. This brings a sense of freedom, a feeling of walking your path with confidence, unburdened by the weight of others' opinions. In letting go of this need, you cultivate a genuine humility. Without the desire to impress, you engage with others as equals, free from the need to elevate or diminish yourself. This humility fosters respect, both for yourself and for others, as you recognize that true worth doesn't need a pedestal. It exists quietly, confidently, without needing to be seen. Over time, the release of recognition becomes second nature. You find that the joy of accomplishment lies not in others' acknowledgement, but in the satisfaction of having done your best. This self-satisfaction is lasting, a quiet pride that isn't diminished by a lack of applause. It's a reminder that true contentment is a personal experience, one that doesn't rely on external approval. As you grow into this self-contentment, life's ups and downs become less jarring. You're less impacted by fluctuations in others' opinions, remaining grounded in a steady self-assurance. This stability brings resilience, a calm confidence that stays with you regardless of the external noise. It's a form of freedom, a liberation from the highs and lows of validation. In this state, self-worth becomes unshakable. It's no longer something that fluctuates with others' views, but a constant presence. This unshakable self-worth allows you to face life with confidence, knowing that approval or disapproval doesn't alter your intrinsic value. This is the foundation of true contentment, a sense of being enough, no matter the circumstances. Living without the need for recognition transforms every interaction. Instead of seeking validation, you're free to be present, to engage fully without ulterior motives. This presence enriches relationships, creating bonds that are genuine and fulfilling. Without the need to be seen in a certain light, you connect authentically, fostering a deeper sense of trust and intimacy. As you release this need, you also free yourself from comparison. Approval-seeking often breeds competition, a subtle urge to outshine others. But when you no longer seek recognition, the comparison loses its allure. You're able to appreciate others' achievements without feeling diminished, finding joy in their success without the need to match or surpass it. This liberation from comparison opens up a world of possibilities. Instead of feeling limited by what others think, you explore paths that resonate with your interests and values. You're no longer confined to societal norms or expectations. You're free to create a life that reflects your true self. This authenticity is deeply satisfying, a fulfillment that needs no external validation. In cultivating this freedom, you also develop compassion. Without the distraction of self-validation, you become more empathetic, more aware of others' needs. Compassion flows naturally when you're not preoccupied with proving your worth. It's a kindness that doesn't seek recognition, a generosity that enriches both giver and receiver. As you become content within, the pressures of conformity fade. You're no longer swayed by the need to fit in or impress. This creates room for individuality, a self-expression that is unique and authentic. Flowing from the calm contentment of self-acceptance, we arrive at a liberating way of living, without an agenda, embracing each moment as it comes. Picture the ease of moving through life without the need to control every outcome, to force direction, or to meticulously plan every step. There's an openness, a freedom in this approach that allows life to unfold as it will, meeting each experience with curiosity and presence. It's not about abandoning purpose, but about releasing the grip of rigid expectations and, in turn, discovering the profound beauty of each unplanned moment. Living without an agenda invites a fresh perspective, one that lets go of the idea that each moment must lead somewhere specific. This openness nurtures a sense of trust in life itself, a confidence that each experience will hold value, even if it doesn't align with preset goals. By releasing control, you create space for spontaneity, for unexpected joys that arise only when the mind is free of constraints. In this way, life becomes less about achieving and more about experiencing fully, savoring each moment without the weight of forced expectations. In embracing this approach, you may notice a newfound ease in decision-making. Without the need to force an outcome, decisions become less stressful, guided by intuition rather than rigid goals. This intuitive approach fosters clarity, allowing you to tune into what feels right in the present moment instead of what aligns with a predefined plan. Living without an agenda means letting each choice emerge naturally, flowing from a place of calm rather than urgency. This ease extends into relationships as well. Without an agenda, interactions become more genuine, more present. You engage with others not to fulfill specific expectations, but to connect meaningfully in the moment. This presence enhances understanding and empathy, allowing conversations to unfold naturally, free from the pressure to achieve a particular result. Relationships deepen as they're no longer confined by the need to meet certain milestones or validate personal expectations. In work, this approach can be transformative. Without the weight of rigid objectives, creativity blossoms. You're free to explore, to experiment, to find joy in the process rather than in a predetermined result. This openness can lead to unexpected insights, new ideas that may have been overlooked in the rush to meet specific goals. Living without an agenda doesn't mean a lack of ambition. It means finding purpose in the journey itself, trusting that each step has its own inherent value. This perspective invites a state of calm presence, a way of engaging with life that reduces anxiety. When there's no agenda to chase, the mind can relax, no longer preoccupied with constant planning and future concerns. You're able to meet each day as it comes, finding fulfillment in the simple act of being present. This state of presence isn't passive but profoundly engaged, allowing you to respond to each moment with authenticity and care. Without an agenda, time feels different. The rush to accomplish fades, replaced by a gentle rhythm that aligns with the natural flow of life. Each moment becomes a space for discovery, unburdened by the need to reach a specific destination. This way of being brings a sense of timelessness, a peaceful acceptance that each experience holds its own worth, regardless of where it leads. In this space, there's a richness to life that can only be found in presence. Releasing the need for control over each outcome also strengthens resilience. When you're not attached to a specific plan, setbacks lose their sting. Challenges become part of the unfolding journey, encountered with an openness that allows for adaptation rather than resistance. This flexibility builds an inner strength, a resilience that isn't reliant on external conditions, but is grounded in the ability to move with life's flow. Living without an agenda allows for a deeper connection with yourself. In the absence of constant striving, there's space to explore what genuinely resonates with you. Each moment provides insight, a chance to understand yourself without the influence of external expectations. This self-awareness nurtures growth, encouraging you to live in alignment with your inner truth rather than an imposed plan. This freedom from expectation also brings joy in the small moments. When life isn't reduced to a series of goals, you start to appreciate the beauty in everyday experiences. A quiet morning, a shared smile, the warmth of sunlight. Each moment becomes a gift, a unique experience that holds its own joy. Living without an agenda turns the ordinary into something extraordinary, filling life with a sense of wonder that's easily missed when you're constantly looking ahead. In this state, peace becomes a natural companion. Without the tension of constant planning and goal setting, there's a sense of ease, a calm that permeates each day. This peace isn't passive but dynamic, an engaged presence that allows you to fully experience life as it unfolds. It's a peace that comes from knowing that you don't have to force your path, that life itself offers enough, just as it is. Letting go of an agenda also fosters gratitude. When you're not fixated on a specific outcome, there's more room to appreciate what's already here. Each experience, even the smallest, becomes something to cherish. This gratitude grows naturally, not as a practice but as a way of seeing the world. You realize that life's value isn't in reaching a destination, but in the journey itself, in each step taken without a set purpose. This approach also enhances creativity. When you're not confined by strict goals, your mind is free to wander, to explore ideas without constraint. This freedom invites new insights, a flow of inspiration that isn't limited by expectations. Creativity flourishes in this open space, bringing a joy that is rooted in expression rather than achievement. The act of creating becomes enough, a fulfilling experience without the need for external validation. Living without an agenda encourages a trust in life's natural rhythm. Instead of pushing against the current, you learn to move with it, allowing each experience to unfold as it will. This trust doesn't mean complacency, but a confidence that life has its own wisdom, that each moment has a place in the larger flow. In this way, you're able to navigate life with a grace that comes from alignment rather than resistance. This alignment with life's flow deepens your sense of purpose. Purpose becomes less about reaching specific goals and more about living fully in each moment. This shift doesn't diminish ambition, but refines it, making it less about achieving and more about engaging meaningfully with whatever arises. Purpose becomes an expression of who you are rather than something you chase, bringing a profound sense of fulfillment. When you live without an agenda, you cultivate patience. Without the rush to reach a destination, you're able to meet each moment with patience, allowing it to unfold at its own pace. This patience nurtures a sense of calm, a groundedness that isn't easily disturbed. You're able to navigate life with a steady presence, a quiet assurance that each step is enough, no matter how long the journey takes. In relationships, this approach fosters a genuine connection. Without an agenda, you're able to meet others as they are, free from expectations. This openness creates space for authentic connection, a trust that allows relationships to flourish naturally. Each interaction becomes a shared experience rather than a means to an end, building bonds that are grounded in mutual respect and understanding. Living without an agenda also means embracing the unknown. Without a set direction, you're more open to exploring paths you may not have considered. This openness invites new experiences, opportunities that enrich your life in ways you may not have anticipated. The unknown becomes less intimidating, more of an adventure than a threat, a source of discovery that adds depth and richness to your journey. This approach to life fosters resilience. When you're not attached to a specific plan, challenges become easier to navigate. Each obstacle is met with flexibility, an openness that allows you to adapt rather than resist. This adaptability builds a resilience that isn't reliant on outcomes, but on the ability to move with whatever arises, a strength that remains steady regardless of external conditions. Living without an agenda brings a sense of liberation. You're no longer bound by the constraints of rigid goals, free to explore life's possibilities without the pressure to meet certain standards. This freedom allows you to live authentically, to follow what resonates with you rather than what aligns with societal expectations. This authenticity brings a fulfillment that isn't reliant on external measures of success. This authenticity also deepens self-awareness. Without an agenda, you're able to tune into your true desires, to understand what genuinely matters to you. Each moment becomes an opportunity for introspection, a chance to explore your inner world without the distraction of constant planning. This self-awareness nurtures growth, allowing you to live in alignment with your values rather than external expectations. Living without an agenda also brings a sense of humility. When you're not striving to achieve, you realize that life isn't about proving yourself, but about experiencing fully. This humility fosters respect, both for yourself and for others, as you recognize that each person's journey is unique. This respect enriches your interactions, creating a space for genuine connection, free from judgment or competition. In this way of living, there's a quiet confidence that emerges. Without the need to chase specific goals, you develop a trust in yourself, a self-assurance that doesn't rely on external validation. This confidence isn't about achieving, but about knowing that you are enough, that each moment holds its own value. This trust allows you to navigate life with a calm strength, a resilience that remains steady regardless of external circumstances. As you continue embracing life without an agenda, you begin to see beauty in the unexpected. Each experience, planned or unplanned, becomes a source of joy, a unique moment that enriches your journey. You learn to appreciate the small details, the quiet moments that might have been overlooked in the rush to achieve. This appreciation deepens your connection to life, filling each day with a sense of wonder. Flowing from the freedom of living without rigid expectations, we move into the subtle art of cultivating discipline, a discipline not built on force or strict control, but on the paradox of surrender. This isn't the type of discipline that feels like a burden or an obligation. Rather, it's an inner commitment that unfolds naturally, rooted in self-trust and gentle acceptance. There's a power in surrendering that allows self-control to arise effortlessly, without struggle or strain, creating a balance that feels both liberating and grounding. This paradoxical approach to discipline begins with letting go of the intense need to control every aspect of oneself. Instead of forcing yourself into rigid routines or strict boundaries, you learn to embrace flexibility, allowing habits to form in harmony with your natural rhythms. True discipline is less about exerting control and more about aligning with inner intentions. When you stop forcing and start flowing with what feels right, discipline becomes less of a challenge and more of a companion, guiding you toward meaningful actions. The beauty of this form of discipline is that it doesn't feel restrictive. There's a gentleness in this approach, a way of treating yourself with respect rather than forcing compliance. Discipline becomes an expression of self-respect, a way of honoring commitments that feel authentic. This doesn't mean abandoning structure. It means creating a structure that adapts to your needs, a framework that supports growth without the harshness of rigid control. When discipline flows naturally, it also fosters resilience. Without the pressure of forced routines, you're more adaptable, more willing to adjust when circumstances change. This adaptability is a powerful form of self-control, one that allows you to stay consistent without feeling constrained. You learn to see discipline not as a set of rules, but as a fluid practice that evolves with you, a way of grounding yourself in purpose without the weight of inflexible expectations. In this approach, discipline is no longer about willpower alone. It's about creating an environment that supports your intentions, making it easier to follow through on what matters. By surrendering to the rhythms of your life, you build routines that feel natural, habits that are reinforced not through force, but through genuine desire. This alignment with your inner values creates a discipline that feels empowering rather than burdensome. This type of discipline brings a deep sense of peace. Without the internal battle of trying to control every action, you experience a calm confidence, a trust in yourself that doesn't require constant self-monitoring. Discipline becomes less about saying no and more about saying yes to what truly resonates. This shift makes self-control feel less like a struggle and more like a natural expression of who you are. Surrendering to this approach doesn't mean abandoning goals. It means engaging with them in a way that respects your needs. You still move toward what you want, but you do so with patience, allowing progress to unfold at its own pace. This patience reduces frustration, creating a sustainable path that doesn't rely on sheer force. When discipline is born from acceptance, it becomes a source of inner strength, a steady presence that supports you without draining your energy. Living with effortless discipline also transforms your relationship with time. When you're not pushing against yourself, time feels abundant, each moment an opportunity to engage fully. This presence allows you to make intentional choices, decisions that align with your goals without feeling rushed. The absence of force creates a natural rhythm, a pace that feels both productive and nourishing, allowing you to make progress without sacrificing peace. There's a humility in this approach to discipline, a recognition that you don't have to control everything to make meaningful changes. By surrendering the need for rigid control, you acknowledge the limits of willpower, understanding that true growth comes from working with yourself, not against. This humility fosters self-compassion, a kindness that supports rather than punishes, a way of nurturing progress without harsh judgment. Effortless discipline brings freedom from perfectionism. Without the need to adhere to strict standards, you're free to make mistakes, to grow without the weight of unrealistic expectations. This freedom allows for experimentation, a willingness to try new things without the fear of failing. When discipline isn't tied to perfection, it becomes a path of exploration, a way of discovering what works best without the pressure to get it right every time. In this gentle form of self-control, you learn to listen to your body and mind, to honor the signals that guide you. Discipline becomes less about following a plan and more about tuning into what feels right. This attunement creates a deeper connection with yourself, an awareness that supports long-term growth without the need for constant correction. It's a form of self-control that feels supportive, a way of guiding yourself with care rather than force. This approach also fosters resilience. Without the rigidity of forced discipline, setbacks become less discouraging. You're able to adapt, to adjust your approach without feeling defeated. This resilience creates a sustainable discipline, one that supports growth even in the face of challenges. By surrendering the need for perfect control, you create a discipline that endures, a steady presence that doesn't waver when obstacles arise. There's a grace in this type of discipline, a way of moving through life with intention without the strain of constant effort. This grace allows you to engage fully with each moment, to make choices that reflect your values without the tension of forced compliance. Discipline becomes a way of honoring your intentions, a practice that feels harmonious rather than restrictive. This harmony brings joy to the journey, a satisfaction that isn't dependent on rigid control. Effortless discipline also nurtures self-trust. By surrendering the need for strict control, you begin to trust your ability to make choices that align with your goals. This trust replaces the need for constant self-monitoring, creating a confidence that grows naturally. You learn that discipline doesn't require force. It requires faith in your own capacity to follow through. This self-trust is empowering, a quiet confidence that supports consistent growth. This form of discipline also enhances focus. When discipline is effortless, distractions lose their appeal. You're able to stay present, to engage fully with each task without the struggle of resisting temptation. This focus isn't forced, but flows naturally from your commitment to what matters. Discipline becomes a form of devotion, a way of dedicating yourself to what feels meaningful without the need for strict boundaries. In embracing effortless discipline, you also develop patience. Without the rush to achieve, you're able to move at a pace that respects your needs. This patience reduces stress, creating a rhythm that feels sustainable. Discipline becomes less about reaching a destination and more about the journey itself, a journey that unfolds with ease rather than urgency. This patience fosters a calm persistence, a steady progress that isn't disrupted by impatience. Effortless discipline also brings clarity. When you're not burdened by strict expectations, you're able to see your goals more clearly, to understand what truly matters. This clarity guides your actions, allowing you to make choices that align with your values without the distraction of external pressures. Discipline becomes a way of honoring this clarity, a practice that supports what feels authentic and true. This clarity extends to relationships as well. Without the need to control every interaction, you're able to engage with others in a way that feels genuine. Discipline becomes less about boundaries and more about respect, a respect that allows for openness without the fear of losing control. This openness enriches connections, creating relationships that are grounded in mutual understanding and trust. Effortless discipline also fosters creativity. When you're not bound by rigid plans, your mind is free to explore, to experiment without fear. This freedom encourages new ideas, a flow of inspiration that isn't limited by expectations. Discipline becomes a supportive structure, a framework that nurtures creativity rather than stifles it. This creativity brings joy, a fulfillment that comes from expressing yourself fully. In this approach, discipline is no longer a chore, but a joy, a practice that brings fulfillment without the weight of obligation. You're able to engage with life fully, to pursue what matters without the strain of constant effort. This joy transforms discipline from a duty into a passion, a way of living that feels aligned with your deepest values. This passion brings a sense of purpose, a commitment that doesn't feel forced, but flows naturally. This purpose also brings a sense of peace. Without the pressure of forced discipline, you're able to rest in each moment, to find satisfaction in the simple act of being present. This peace isn't passive but engaged, a presence that allows you to meet each experience with calm. Discipline becomes less about achieving and more about experiencing fully, a way of grounding yourself in the present without the need for constant striving. Effortless discipline also nurtures humility. By surrendering the need for control, you recognize that discipline isn't about dominance, but about alignment. This humility fosters respect, a way of honoring your own limitations without judgment. Discipline becomes a practice of acceptance, a way of working with yourself rather than against. This acceptance brings a gentleness, a kindness that supports growth without harshness. This kindness extends to others as well. When you're not focused on strict control, you're able to engage with others in a way that feels compassionate. Discipline becomes less about rigid boundaries and more about understanding, a way of respecting others' needs without the need to impose your own. This compassion enriches relationships, creating connections that are grounded in empathy and respect. In this way of living, discipline becomes a form of self-expression, a way of honoring your own values without the need for validation. You're able to follow what feels right without the pressure to meet external standards. Discipline becomes a path of self-discovery, a journey of understanding what truly matters to you. This self-discovery brings a fulfillment that isn't reliant on approval, but is rooted in your own sense of purpose. From the balance of effortless discipline, we move into a path that feels uniquely yours, a path shaped by your inner calling, free from the weight of external pressures. There's a subtle joy in following what resonates deeply within, a satisfaction that arises when you allow yourself to explore and embrace what feels true. This journey isn't about fulfilling others' expectations. It's about honoring the quiet voice that guides you, finding purpose in alignment with your authentic self. This way of living brings a profound sense of freedom, a connection to something greater than societal standards or obligations. Listening to your inner calling invites a sense of curiosity. When you turn inward, there's a world of possibility that opens, a realm of desires and interests that may have been hidden beneath layers of external influence. This curiosity encourages you to question, to explore beyond what you've been told is right, and to discover what feels right for you. In this exploration, you find a deeper connection to your values, a sense of direction that isn't defined by others, but by your own inner truth. This path brings clarity, Without the noise of external expectations, you begin to see what truly matters to you. Decisions become simpler, guided by an internal compass rather than the pull of societal norms. This clarity allows you to make choices that reflect your values, to follow a path that feels fulfilling rather than forced. Each step becomes a reflection of who you are, a journey that aligns with your essence. In following this natural path, there's a sense of confidence that arises, not the confidence of meeting others' standards, but of honoring your own. This confidence is quiet, a grounded assurance that doesn't seek approval. It's a self-trust that grows with each step, a belief in your ability to navigate life guided by your own insights. This self-assurance allows you to face challenges without doubting your path, knowing that each experience brings you closer to understanding your own truth. Living in alignment with your inner calling also brings resilience. When challenges arise, they don't shake you as deeply because your path isn't based on others' approval. Setbacks become part of the journey, moments that deepen your understanding rather than diminish your confidence. This resilience isn't forced. It's a natural outcome of following a path that feels meaningful, a strength that comes from within rather than from external validation. Following your natural path also encourages a sense of flow. When you're aligned with your own values, actions feel less like effort and more like expression. This flow isn't about achieving specific goals, but about engaging fully in each moment, allowing your passions and interests to guide you. There's an ease in this way of being, a joy in the process itself, free from the pressure to perform or conform. This flow brings a deep sense of satisfaction, a contentment that doesn't rely on external success. This path fosters self-awareness. As you listen to your inner voice, you gain insights into your desires, strengths, and limits. This awareness allows you to make choices that honor your well-being, to create a life that reflects your unique values. You learn to trust yourself, to recognize that your own wisdom is a valuable guide. This self-awareness isn't self-centered. It's a way of understanding yourself so you can engage with the world authentically. As you continue to follow your natural path, you start to see that purpose isn't something you need to seek externally. Purpose becomes a part of who you are, a reflection of your inner values rather than a goal to be achieved. This purpose doesn't require validation. It exists as a quiet assurance, a direction that feels right without the need for external confirmation. This alignment with purpose brings a peace that isn't disturbed by the changing tides of opinion. Living in this way also deepens your relationships. When you're not bound by the need to meet others' expectations, you're able to engage more openly, connecting from a place of authenticity. This openness fosters trust, allowing relationships to develop based on mutual respect rather than a desire to impress. Each interaction becomes a shared experience, a moment of genuine connection that isn't influenced by the need to conform or seek approval. Following your natural path also nurtures creativity. Without the constraints of external pressures, your mind is free to explore, to express without fear of judgment. This freedom allows your creativity to flourish, to explore ideas and perspectives that resonate with your unique vision. Creativity becomes an expression of your essence, a way of engaging with the world that feels both fulfilling and freeing. This creativity is deeply personal, a reflection of who you are rather than a means to meet external expectations. In this approach, success takes on a new meaning. Success isn't measured by external standards, but by how aligned you feel with your inner values. Achievements become less about recognition and more about fulfillment, a quiet satisfaction that comes from following what feels true. This redefinition of success brings a sense of freedom, a release from the need to compete or compare. You find joy in your own journey, knowing that each step is meaningful, regardless of how it's perceived by others. This freedom also brings peace. Without the constant pressure to meet others' standards, there's a calm that settles within, a peace that comes from knowing that your path is your own. This peace isn't complacency, but a contentment that allows you to engage fully with each moment. You're able to approach life with a gentle confidence, a trust that each experience is a part of your unique journey. This gentle confidence also fosters humility. When you're not striving to meet external expectations, you recognize that each person has their own path, their own inner calling. This humility allows you to respect others' choices without judgment, to appreciate the diversity of paths that make up the human experience. You become more open, more compassionate, able to see others without the filter of comparison. Following your inner calling also brings a sense of responsibility, not a responsibility to meet others' expectations, but a responsibility to honor your own truth. This responsibility isn't a burden, it's a commitment to yourself, a promise to live in alignment with what feels authentic. This commitment brings a sense of purpose, a direction that feels both meaningful and liberating. You're no longer swayed by external pressures. You're guided by an inner compass that reflects your deepest values. In this journey, there's a joy that arises from simply being yourself. When you're not bound by the need to fit into a certain mold, you're free to express who you are without hesitation. This freedom brings a lightness, a joy that comes from knowing that you're living in alignment with your essence. This joy isn't dependent on others' approval. It's a fulfillment that comes from within, a satisfaction that needs no external validation. Living in this way also brings a sense of gratitude. As you follow your natural path, you begin to appreciate the uniqueness of each moment, the beauty of a life lived authentically. Each experience, whether challenging or joyful, becomes a part of your journey, a step toward a deeper understanding of yourself. This gratitude isn't forced. It's a natural outcome of living in alignment with your truth, a quiet appreciation for the richness of each moment. This path also fosters resilience. When you're not swayed by external pressures, challenges lose their power to derail you. You're able to face difficulties with a calm confidence, knowing that your path isn't defined by others' opinions. This resilience isn't about ignoring obstacles, it's about facing them with an inner strength that comes from living in alignment with your values. This inner strength allows you to navigate life's ups and downs with grace, a steady presence that remains regardless of external circumstances. In following your natural path, you also find a sense of direction that feels effortless. You're no longer pushing against yourself to meet others' expectations. You're moving with the flow of your own intentions. This direction isn't rigid. It's a gentle guidance that adapts as you grow, allowing you to explore without losing your sense of purpose. This effortless direction brings a sense of ease, a feeling of moving with life rather than against it. This ease also extends to decision-making. Without the influence of external pressures, decisions become simpler, guided by your own values rather than others' expectations. This simplicity brings clarity, allowing you to make choices that feel right without the distraction of comparison. Each decision becomes a step toward deeper alignment, a choice that reflects your own truth rather than a need to conform. In this way, your path becomes a journey of self-discovery. Each experience offers insight, a deeper understanding of who you are and what matters to you. This journey isn't about reaching a destination. It's about exploring, about uncovering layers of yourself that may have been hidden beneath external expectations. This self-discovery brings a sense of fulfillment, a joy that comes from knowing that you're living in alignment with your essence. As you continue to follow your natural path, you develop a quiet confidence in your own wisdom. This wisdom isn't about having all the answers. It's about trusting that you have the insight to navigate your own journey. This self-trust brings peace, a calm assurance that doesn't rely on external validation. You're able to face each moment with a sense of curiosity, a willingness to explore without the need for certainty. This willingness to explore also fosters a sense of wonder. When you're not bound by rigid expectations, life becomes an adventure, a journey of discovery that holds surprises and insights. This sense of wonder brings joy to each moment, a lightness that comes from seeing life as an unfolding mystery rather than a series of tasks. You're able to engage with life fully, finding beauty in the unexpected, meaning in each step. Moving from the freedom of following your own path, we enter a space of calm inner strength, the art of non-reaction. This is where true power lies, not in forceful responses, but in the ability to hold steady, to meet challenges and confrontations with clarity instead of letting emotions drive you. Embracing non-reaction doesn't mean indifference. Rather, it's about choosing a response that aligns with wisdom, a way of navigating life's inevitable provocations without letting them sway your inner peace. This approach invites a deeper sense of control, one that allows you to move through the world with quiet assurance. In practicing non-reaction, you gain a clearer perspective on situations that might otherwise feel overwhelming. Holding back from immediate reaction creates space, a moment to observe rather than to react impulsively. This space is powerful. It allows you to see the situation objectively, free from the fog of heightened emotions. By pausing, you invite clarity, a calm that leads to a thoughtful response instead of a hasty reaction. This clarity is invaluable, guiding you to act with purpose rather than reflex. Non-reaction is an act of strength, a choice to maintain your inner calm in the face of external chaos. This strength doesn't arise from suppression, but from self-control, a grounded confidence that keeps you centered even when emotions are stirred. Each time you choose not to react, you reinforce this inner strength, cultivating a resilience that isn't easily disturbed by external events. This resilience allows you to face challenges with grace, an inner calm that remains regardless of the circumstances. Practicing non-reaction also nurtures emotional intelligence. When you don't react impulsively, you're able to engage with your emotions in a way that fosters understanding rather than control. You learn to recognize emotions without letting them dictate your actions, creating a balance that allows for both feeling and wisdom. This emotional intelligence deepens your relationship with yourself, a self-awareness that brings insight without judgment. This approach brings a profound sense of freedom. When you're not bound by the need to react, you're free to choose responses that reflect your values rather than temporary emotions. This freedom isn't about ignoring your feelings. It's about responding in a way that honors your true self. Each non-reaction becomes an act of liberation, a reminder that you have the power to choose how you engage with the world. Non-reaction also fosters patience. By resisting the urge to react immediately, you cultivate a patience that allows you to see beyond the moment, to understand that not every situation requires a response. This patience creates space for perspective, a reminder that time often reveals more than impulsive reactions. Patience becomes a source of strength, a way of grounding yourself in the present without the need for immediate action. As you embrace non-reaction, you start to see that not everything is personal. Situations that once felt like personal affronts lose their power when you realize they're often reflections of others' experiences rather than judgments of your own worth. This understanding brings peace, a calm that isn't disturbed by others' opinions or actions. You're able to hold your sense of self without the need to defend it, trusting that your worth isn't defined by external reactions. Non-reaction also deepens relationships. By responding with calm rather than emotion, you create space for understanding, a space where conflicts can be resolved without escalation. This calm fosters trust, allowing others to feel heard without feeling judged. Each interaction becomes an opportunity for connection, a chance to engage meaningfully without the interference of heightened emotions. Relationships become more harmonious, grounded in respect rather than reaction. This practice also cultivates humility. When you're not driven by the need to react, you recognize that not every situation revolves around your own perspective. This humility allows you to see others' viewpoints, to approach each interaction with an openness that respects diversity. You become less focused on defending your position and more open to understanding, creating a space where growth and learning become possible. In choosing non-reaction, you also protect your energy. When you're not expending energy on every slight or provocation, you preserve your inner resources for what truly matters. This conservation of energy allows you to engage deeply where it counts, to invest in what brings fulfillment rather than frustration. By holding steady, you create a reservoir of energy that supports a life of purpose rather than exhaustion. This approach also enhances focus. When you're not pulled by every emotional impulse, you're able to stay grounded in your priorities. Non-reaction creates a space where you can focus on what's meaningful, a focus that isn't scattered by constant emotional responses. This focus brings clarity to your actions, allowing you to move with intention rather than distraction. Non-reaction also fosters self-respect. Each time you choose to hold steady, you reinforce a sense of dignity, a confidence that doesn't waver in the face of provocation. This self-respect isn't about proving your worth. It's about honoring your own boundaries, maintaining your integrity regardless of external pressures. This integrity creates a foundation of self-respect, a confidence that doesn't rely on others' approval. As you practice non-reaction, you also develop a sense of inner peace. Without the need to react to every situation, you're able to maintain a calm that isn't easily disturbed. This peace isn't a passive indifference, but a dynamic calm that allows you to engage fully without losing yourself. It's a peace that supports resilience, a steady presence that remains regardless of the external turmoil. This peace extends to your inner dialogue as well. When you're not reacting emotionally, you're able to observe your thoughts without becoming entangled in them. This detachment allows you to see thoughts as passing phenomena rather than truths, creating a space for discernment. You're able to choose which thoughts to engage with, which to let pass, a skill that brings clarity and calm to your inner world. Non-reaction also fosters empathy. By not reacting immediately, you create space to consider others' perspectives, to understand the motivations behind their actions. This empathy isn't about excusing behavior, but about recognizing the humanity in each person, a recognition that fosters compassion. This compassion enriches interactions, allowing you to respond with kindness rather than defensiveness. In this way, non-reaction also nurtures forgiveness. When you're not reacting emotionally, you're less likely to hold on to grudges or resentments. You're able to see situations more objectively, to understand that holding on to anger only burdens yourself. This forgiveness is a release, a way of freeing yourself from the weight of past hurts, allowing you to move forward with a lighter heart. Non-reaction also brings wisdom. By not reacting impulsively, you allow yourself time to see the larger picture, to understand that not every situation requires immediate action. This wisdom allows you to choose responses that reflect your values rather than temporary emotions, a choice that brings consistency to your actions. Each non-reaction becomes a step toward deeper understanding, a path of growth that isn't hindered by impulsive responses. In practicing non-reaction, you also cultivate courage. It takes strength to hold back, to resist the urge to react in the heat of the moment. This courage isn't about suppression, but about choosing a response that aligns with your true self. Each time you practice non-reaction, you reinforce this courage, a quiet strength that doesn't need validation. This quiet strength also brings humility. When you're not reacting impulsively, you recognize that not every situation requires your input. This humility allows you to let go of the need to prove yourself, to trust that your worth isn't defined by others' reactions. You're able to hold steady, to remain centered without the need to assert your perspective. Non-reaction also enhances decision-making. When you're not swayed by temporary emotions, you're able to see situations more clearly, to make choices that reflect your values rather than reactions. This clarity brings consistency to your actions, a steadiness that isn't disrupted by emotional fluctuations. Each decision becomes a reflection of your true self, a choice that supports your growth rather than hinders it. In embracing non-reaction, you develop a sense of freedom. When you're not bound by the need to react, you're free to choose responses that feel true to you. This freedom isn't about avoiding emotions, but about engaging with them mindfully, a way of navigating life that respects your inner peace. This freedom allows you to move with grace, a way of engaging with the world without losing yourself. Non-reaction also brings gratitude. By not reacting to every provocation, you begin to appreciate the peace that arises from holding steady. This gratitude isn't forced. It's a natural outcome of experiencing the calm that comes from non-reaction. Each moment of calm becomes a reminder of the power you hold, a quiet appreciation for the strength that lies in restraint. In this way, non-reaction also fosters self-compassion. When you're not reacting impulsively, you're able to approach yourself with kindness, to recognize that you don't need to have all the answers in every moment. This self-compassion allows for growth without judgment, a way of supporting yourself through challenges rather than criticizing. Each act of non-reaction becomes an act of kindness, a way of nurturing your own well-being. This self-compassion also deepens resilience. When you're not reacting emotionally, you're able to face challenges with a calm that isn't easily disturbed. This resilience isn't about avoiding difficulties, but about meeting them with a strength that doesn't waver. Each moment of non-reaction reinforces this resilience, a quiet confidence that supports you through life's fluctuations. In embracing non-reaction, you also develop a sense of purpose. By choosing responses that reflect your values, you create a life that feels aligned with your true self. This purpose isn't about achieving external goals, but about living in a way that feels meaningful, a way of engaging with the world that supports your growth and well-being. The journey along the Stoic path to effortless living has shown us that true strength doesn't come from force, but from flow. That resilience lies not in rigid control, but in graceful adaptation. By combining Stoic wisdom with Taoist harmony, we discover that peace, clarity, and purpose emerge when we release our grip on outcomes and align with life's natural rhythms. From building quiet confidence without needing recognition, to facing adversity with resilience, to responding with wisdom instead of reaction, each practice reminds us that effortless living is not about escaping challenges, but embracing them with a calm, steady spirit. Now, what resonated most with you? Share your thoughts below. We'd love to hear how these ideas might inspire or transform your own path. And if you found value in this journey, remember to subscribe for more insights on Stoicism, Taoism, and the art of living with purpose and peace.